Hey everybody, we made it to Friday, yay. It's been a long week, as usual. I got my window open because it's hot in here again. And my farm signal is extra crappy tonight, but we'll go with what we got as usual. I hope everybody had a good week, like I said. I hope everybody's had a good Friday. And apparently, so I got my window open, so hunting season started, deer season started this weekend here in Arkansas. So apparently all my cousins and everybody that's hunting this weekend has got a bonfire going next door because I can smell the smoke coming in through the either that or the house is on fire. Let's hope for the bonfire. But that's probably what they were because I was hearing the trucks go by and four-wheelers and everything. So I'm sure they're coming out of the deer woods. So now they're going to be sitting around the bonfire probably having some drinky drinks. But anyway, tonight we're this is True Crime After Dark. We're going to look at some welcome everybody, first of all, everybody who is the usuals, the usual suspects. If you're new here, thank you for joining us tonight. We are going to go over some missing persons cases, and when I originally, because we talked about this on the last live stream, probably the missing person Monday live stream. Excuse me, and we're starting a little bit earlier than we usually do. We usually start around 8:30, so maybe some more people will start popping in. But I've got the house to myself all weekend, me and the cat, so I can start whenever I want to. Anyway, but when we had originally talked, or when I had originally talked about this Monday night, I'm assuming it was Monday night, because I have 12 cases that I want to share tonight. And I just said, we're just going to give the basic information. It's just stuff I had saved up in my phone browser from a disappearedblog.com website. We're just going to go with basic information just to get the names out there. But you know me. So when I started, I got all the cases done. I don't know what my computer's doing. Anyway, I got all the cases done. So I went in to do all the bookmarks for the Disappeared blog website. So when I did the search, I mean, actually articles, I think articles came up, extra articles besides the Disappear blog actually came up for just about all these cases. So we may do half of them tonight, depending on how fast we go through, because I never want to discourage, because that's what we're here for, is to share these cases, bring more awareness, ask questions, have discussions. So I don't want to, be rushed through it and not give everybody a chance to ask their questions, ask questions, give your thoughts and opinions on cases. So if we don't make it through all of them tonight, we may do a part 2 tomorrow night, but we'll just see how it goes, like I said. So let me see who is here. Why? I know the page isn't responding, but the article is up. Anyway, I'll stop talking to my computer. Let's see who is here. Miss Avery is here. Hello, my dear. Good to see you. Miss Paula is here. She'll come up. There she is. Welcome, Miss Paula. Good to see you. And somebody just sent me. Oh, my mom just sent me my mom and my aunt are on a trip down in Mississippi right now. They went with Little Rock Tours. I think they're down around Natchez, Mississippi. Somewhere down in Mississippi is where they're at. So she was texting me. Anyway, I'll get back with her after this. Oh my God. Or we may just sit and talk about whatever tonight, because the pages will come up and they keep disappearing. Anyway, Patriotism is here. Good to see you. There's my favorite doodle bug. How are you doing, Miss Doodle? Do you got the milk? Did you bring the milk? Because I ran down the road and got the cereal. So if you got the milk, I got the cereal. We can have some, what was it, Reese's? And I was going to download that thing. I know you got, everybody's like, what are y'all talking about? And Miss Doodle sent me. I don't know where she got it from, but somebody had posted that in the town down the road from me, apparently they a semi had a wreck, and there was like boxes of cereal scattered all over the road. So she's like, you got the milk? We'll get the milk. We got the cereal. So anyway, that's what that is all about. I'm loopy. I'm always loopy on Fridays. So anyway, it's good to see Miss Doodle. Let's see. But yeah, so I don't know. And I looked and traffic was not backed up. And now I don't know if it was eastbound or westbound. So because I can see, look out the window, my bedroom window, and see to the interstate. And but like I said, depending on where they had traffic stopped, or they might have been routing them off at my town or whatever. Anyway, I'll stop babbling about that now. Anyway, let's see. Thank you, Miss Doodle is getting in the links. Yes, please check out all the wonderful creators who so graciously come in here and support me and watch my live streams and participate in chat. Miss Doodle, Miss Paula. I'm sure there's some others that'll pop in. See, people are popping in now, so absolutely. Come on. Oh no, I don't want to. I'm trying to put Doodle in timeout. I know those doggone hunters. Probably my cousins and his kids are hunting. I don't know if baby brother and my youngest nephew were going to hunt this weekend or not, or if they had other things going on. But I know my other cousin, well, one cousin lives just down the road, and then his brother and his kids and wife live in Bald Knob, so they always come down here to hunt on our land. So I figure they're out there somewhere. Well, they're in now. So like I said, they're probably sitting around the bonfire having some drinks. Hey, Butterfly Kisses, good to see you. Hey, Gibbo, good to see you. Please do check out Gibbo. And Gibbo, I watched Frank Meister had a live stream earlier, and Gibbo was on panel talking about the, I forgot the man's name, but it's the Stand Your Ground case that's going on right now in Indiana. So I really enjoyed that live stream. So you guys go check out, if you weren't there, go check out Replay Crew or be Replay Crew. And also, please, I think on one, because Gibbo has 2 channels. He has I'll Be Frank and Gibbo After Dark. Is that the other one? And he's trying to get to 1,000 on one of them. Gibbo can let me know which one. It may be Gibbo After Dark, so he can start doing lives. Because I believe I'll Be Frank. He does lives on that channel, I believe, because I've watched them. But anyway, so go subscribe to both the Gibbo's channels. But it's good to see you here. Got the eyes going. I know. There's Miss Dandy. Hello, ma'am. Good to see you, my dear. Once again, excuse me. I'm trying to read off my phone. So, you guys know how that goes. And for some reason, because I know this is Chris. Hey, Chris, welcome. But for some reason, the names are, look different. I noticed that when I was in Frank Meister's chat, all the names were different, or some of the names were different. So, because I believe Doodle was in there, but it was the full name. It wasn't just Doodlebug. So I don't know if it's StreamYard, if it's YouTube. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Doodle does have the milk. Yes, and I believe it was the Reese's peanut butter cereal. Oh my God, that is one of my favorite cereals. Oh, and I told Doodle too that the next town over, because the county I live in is a dry county, which means you can't sell alcohol here. But next town over goes into a different county, which is a wet county. And I said, I told Doodle earlier, I said, there's also a liquor store in that town. I said, I think I know what's for supper. So we'll be having cereal and some liquor. No, I'm not having liquor or cereal. I actually had Sonic for supper, it wouldn't be brunch. Whatever's between lunch and supper, or dinner and supper, lunch and supper, whatever you want to say. I had Sonic today. I had me some mozzarella sticks and a Coke. Very nutritious supper I had there. There's Frank Meister. Nope. Oh my goodness, there's Frank Meister. My big fat fingers. I got my stylus in my hand. Welcome. Good to see you, sir. I was just telling them I was in your live earlier with you and Gibbo up there. Really enjoyed it. I'm interested to see how this case is going to play out. Once again, I can't think of the man's name that was I think he's being charged with involuntary manslaughter. But anyway, it's the stand your ground case. Just such a sad case. So going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Most definitely. Here's Miss Barbara. Hello, my dear. Good to see you. Oh my gosh. Anyway. My computer, and I've got three or four bars on my phone, but thank you, Frank Meister says don't be a scrub, hit that thumbs up. Oh Lord, I have to go give people wrenches. I have to give Frank Meister a wrench. I think Gibbo has a wrench. If not, I'll go in and give wrenches at some point. I got to throw some more wrenches around like Dave out on the Proud Days. I haven't thrown any wrenches around in a while. Oh goodness. So I'm not going to do so the beginning of the week, or not the beginning of the week, Tuesday and Wednesday. I spent all day Tuesday and Wednesday recording. I got a butt ton of videos recorded. I've probably got enough videos for the next 3 weeks for the pre-recorded videos that I upload during the week. So I did that. So tomorrow I'm not going to do, unless we have to do a part 2, which will be tomorrow night. I'm not going to do anything but lay in bed, me and the cats, and watch some football. That's all I'm going to do. Not going to think about true crime. Like I said, unless we end up having to do a part 2, which we might, either that or we'll be here for like 5 hours tonight, which is about normal for my live streams a lot of the time. Goodness, I'm loopy. I'm telling you, I promise I have nothing to drink. I have not taken any cold medicine because my sinuses are still messed up. All I have in my glass, my cup over here is my sweet tea as usual. Thank you. There is the link for Timmy's Legacy. Please do check it out if you have not already. Doodle says I'll probably need timed out before it. So no, I would never put Miss Doodle in timeout. And by the way, speaking of lives, and I missed it for some reason because I think she was going to actually do it tonight, but she ended up doing it last night on a case that she's been working on with the missing person's sister. And so, but I didn't get the notification. So she ended up going live last night or yesterday afternoon, early evening last night, and I didn't get the notification for some reason. But I did watch replay, and Miss Doodle was fired up. She was fired, rightfully so. So please, it's the Deanna. Oh, her last name just flew out of my head. I know Miss Doodle put it in there, so I'm gonna get information together and just do a video. But please do go over and watch. And it was a case from Canada, a missing person from Canada. Just it's one of those that will be infuriating. Just go watch it. Miss Doodle was fired up. But we love it when Miss Doodle is fired up, most definitely. Patriotism says, what do you think about they may retry the Haleigh Bobo suspects? I've heard of that case. I've watched, I think, one of the, because I watched a lot of Investigation Discovery Channel and like Dateline and 48 Hours and things of that nature. I have watched that case, but I have not kept up with it, deep dived into it. So they're going to retry. And I can't even remember who they tried. Y'all have to catch me up on that. Remind me of that one. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Thank you very much. There is Mr. Steve's link for True Crime Web. Should we put up the Mr. Steve signal to see if he might show up? I don't know what he's doing. Let me find it. No, where'd it go? Why is it not coming up? There it is. There's a Mr. Steve signal. We will summon Mr. Steve. We'll see if it works. Usually if we put the Mr. Steve signal up or I say his name, I say his name 3 times, he shows up. No, it's always an honor and a pleasure whenever Mr. Steve has time to pop in. Gibbo's still looking. What are you looking at, Gibbo? Kurt Anderson. Thank you. Yeah, that's the offender or whatever for the Stand Your Ground, the case from Indiana. Yeah. For some reason, I was wanting to say Aaron Spencer, but that's that case we have going on here in Arkansas now, which is not a Stand Your Ground case, but it's just, if you haven't heard of that case, it's got national attention. Just look up Aaron Spencer and or Robert Fossler. Just look at Lonoke County, Arkansas, and that's a whole big hornet's nest right now here in Arkansas. Thank you, Dandy. Got Mind of Monsters link in. Gibbo says, ignore Gibbo After Dark. It's just a junk channel. I'll be frank is my true crime channel. Okay. See, I'm already subscribed to that one. I think I'm subscribed to the other one too. I'm not sure. Anyway, Avery says she's cooking while listening, making white chocolate cranberry fudge. That sounds good. Sounds good. Good to see you too, sir. Oh, telling you. I clean my phone screen, so I shouldn't have any trouble with getting things to work. Doodle's laughing. Gibbo's got the eyes. What is with the eyes, Gibbo? You're freaking me out. Oh, I have to use my other arm now, so excuse me. You'll see my hand in the Frank Meister says, when I used to live in Hot Springs, the liquor stores aren't open on Sunday, so we would drive 2 hours west to Domino, Texas. I've never heard of Domino, Texas, to get our liquor and drive back over the state line. Oh, I don't even know what county. I shouldn't. I've been to Hot Springs, not lately, but 1,000 times. I don't know what county Hot Springs is in. Apparently, it's a dry one. But yeah, because I live in Lone Oak County, which is a dry county, and like I said, the next town over is in Prairie County, which is a wet county. And then the next town, if you go west, it's Pulaski County, which is a wet county. So, I'm stuck at least we have wet counties. We can go either way, east or west, if we decide to go to the liquor store. Don't have to drive very far. Oh, goodness. Oh my gosh, I'm hungry now. Dandy said she made sauteed onion and mushroom burgers with provolone and Kraft mac and cheese. Man, I'm hungry. Frank Master says first time I ever had Sonic was in Hot Springs. You spent a lot of time in Hot Springs. Did you say you lived there at one point? I'm sorry, my mind is mush tonight. You guys know by the time I get to well, apparently I have a sticky stylus again tonight because it's not working. You are very welcome. It's hot. The breeze went away. It never fails. Whenever I open the window, the breeze goes away. Oh. Hey, Julie, good to see you, my dear. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Dandy always says that if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, but catch the wrench. See, I'm a wimp, so I can't throw the wrenches too hard. Let's see. Gibbo says nobody puts Doodle in the corner. Hello, Christy Harris. Good to see you. Welcome. See, these names being different are throwing me off a little bit here. But honestly, it doesn't. You guys know it doesn't take much to throw me off. So, thank you, Deanna Erickson. I couldn't think of her last name. Yes, go watch Doodle's live that she did on the Deanna Erickson case. Woo! Doodle was on fire. But so it's a trigger warning because there are some. And Doodle gives the trigger warning before she starts going into the details of the case. But yeah, just be forewarned, trigger warning. Lots of horrible, horrible stuff happened in that case. But like Doodle said, those kind of stories are hard to tell, but they have to be told. Absolutely. I'm gonna get all teared up just thinking about everything that from that case. But I'm gonna do probably let's see, either depending on how good the ball games are tomorrow, I'll start getting everything ready tomorrow and Sunday while I'm watching football for my video that I'm going to do on that case, which is not going to go into in depth as Doodle does, because Doodle, for one, did just such a fantastic, amazing job on it that I couldn't and wouldn't even try to top it. But I'll just give the basic information, and like I said, go watch Miss Doodle. And I know I saw there's Miss Z. Hello, Miss Z. Good to see you. Please do check out Trial Junkies United. I did get to watch their live stream Thursday night. Very very good as always. Man, my eyes are extra bad tonight. Me and Miss Doodle was talking about glasses too. But I just have like this cheap cheater glasses from either like the dollar store or Walmart. I'm gonna have to go get some real glasses. Chris wants Miss Doodle to investigate my sweet tea. I promise. So unless Sonic put something in it when I ordered it earlier, which I don't know, the crackheads that work there, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if they did put something in it. Anyway, I didn't say that. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying that. The nice, wonderful, lovely people that work at the local Sonic. Just want to make sure I don't miss anybody, and I promise we will get started. I always like to welcome everybody in. Thank you, everybody that's getting in, putting in links for me. No, Ms. Z is talking about. I was talking to Frank Meister. You buy liquor on Saturday night. Prepare, my man. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Garland County. Duh. Jeez. Can't keep my county straight around here, except for the one that I live in, which is probably. I don't know if I can say this without getting in trouble. Allegedly, one of the most corrupt counties in Arkansas, which, if anybody looks into the history of Arkansas in general, when it comes to law enforcement and official things, the whole state is just had lots of shady stuff going on for a long time now. This is just the latest in add it to the list. Let's see. So one from Indiana, Kurt Anderson is I guess you'll call him the offender, alleged offender. I mean, they've not gone to trial yet. Yeah, but it's the one where I think it was a cleaning service. It was I think a male and a female. I think they're both Hispanic. They went to the wrong house. And please, Gibbo, Frank Meister, correct me if I get anything wrong. They ended up going to the wrong house, but they had the keys to go in because I think it was maybe there wasn't supposed to be anybody in the house. It was like a new house, and they were supposed to go in and clean whatever the situation was. Anyway, there was somebody there. It was just an accident. They accidentally went to the wrong house. So there was a man, and it's either wife or girlfriend that was there, and the man ended up shooting through the door, and unfortunately hit the lady, the female, killed her. And so I guess now they're trying to use the stand your ground law. So that's the one. That is what we're referring to. Well, we are glad that you are here again, Miss Christie. Thank you. Absolutely. Ms. Z says that you have to tell the stories so they are not forgotten. Yes, ma'am. Now I'm telling you, watch anything. Go over to Trial Junkies United channel, watch anything and everything that's there. But the one that they did the Thursday night was especially another infuriating one. Horrifying, infuriating, heartbreaking. But once again, like Ms. Z says, they have no voice. So people like Ms. Z and Doc and everybody that's an advocate that does this has to be their voice. What is it? Oh, that's Miss PJ. Okay. I just saw a whole bunch of letters. That should be Miss PJ. Hello, Miss PJ. I promise we're going to get started. Yes, absolutely. Doodle says the most important thing, referring to Deanna, is that she is missing. Yep, and that's what I'm going to cover. I'm going to go to I think you sent me the links to the Facebook groups and pages and everything with the timeline and all that stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do, ma'am. Yeah, from what I understand, he did not give any warning, because that's one of the things that Frank Meister said, is like he didn't even give a warning. And I just understand the basics of the stand your ground law. And yeah, he just shot through the door. I mean, like I said, with just my basic, understanding of the law, is I would think that somebody would have to actually enter the house, and that whoever's in the house has got, feels that they and or their family members are in immediate immediate danger of being killed or hurt very badly, to use the stand your ground. But yeah, this dude apparently shot through the door, no warning, without even to look to see who was out there. So just, it's crazy. It's crazy and heartbreaking that a lady lost her life. Let's see. I'm just gonna get caught up. There's Junior. I saw Junior earlier in Frank Meister's chat. I think I saw Doodle, and maybe Miss Julie was there. Yeah. Absolutely. Frank Meister says the Sonic in Hot Springs, the servers brought your food wearing roller skates. Man, I haven't roller skated in years. I'm on squirrel brain. My squirrel brain's going. I haven't roller skated in years. I used to love to roller skate. Of course, I grew up in the 70s and 80s when roller skating rinks were very, that was the thing. You went with your friends to the roller skating rink on the weekends, and I used to could skate really good. Now I probably not so much anymore. I'd fall and break a hip, and I've already broken an ankle a couple of years ago. So I don't want to break any more bones. Thank you, Miss PJ. Yep. Frank Meister said Hot Springs in the 90s was substance infested when I lived there. Yep. And so we haven't been there. Well, the last time we went there was a couple of years ago. Me and my mom, Brett Michaels, came to the casino there at Oaklawn at the horse racing track. So we went to see Brett. It's probably the last time that we've been up. Now, back in the late 90s into the early 2000s, every summer, Magic Springs, when they were doing that, which I still do it, their summer concert series, because they do have an amphitheater there. They would have a lot of good concerts. You would have at least one or two good country concerts. You would have a classic rock band or two that would come. You would have at least one or two of my, hair bands that would come. So we would buy season passes, because if you went 2 or 3 times, that paid for it. It's just, I can't. None of us can see. I can't see to drive after dark anymore. My mom can't see to drive after dark anymore. My brother's getting where he can't, and he's 9.5 years younger than me. My baby brother, he has trouble seeing after dark. So we're just like screwed. If anything happens after dark, we're not going to get to do it. Anyway. Welcome. I don't know if it's Nicole or Brady, but whichever one it is, welcome. Please do check out Stolen Spirits MMIWG on Facebook and here on YouTube. They do wonderful work. Also, it must be Brady. Chris said hi, Brady. Oh, Frank Meister's in my boat. Oh, well, he says he doesn't have his glasses on. I have mine on, and I still can't see crap. Yep. Miss Christie says West, talking about Arkansas. West Memphis 3 is a great example of Arkansas. Yeah. Yep. And apparently they have sent the evidence off for testing. So we'll see. We'll see if anything happens with that. So I think I get caught up, but I just don't want to miss anybody. Oh, what? My chat disappeared. There it is. Ms. Z, are you talking about Stand Your Ground case? Ms. Z says didn't work for that neighbor down in Florida where they get away with so much. Oh, I know. Don't get me started on Florida. Don't get me started on Florida. Nothing against Florida, but it's Miss Brady. Okay. Hello, Miss Brady. Welcome. Yep. Ms. Z says someone knocking on your door is not threatening unless they are screaming and banging. I still don't think that would put you in danger unless they break down the door. Yeah, see, and I think the thing is, from what Frank Meister, all the information he has, and he has all the correct legal, information, is that Anderson claimed that they were banging on the door and kicking the door. He thought they were trying to kick the door in, but when they looked at the forensics, there was no marks on the door. There was, nothing to corroborate the fact that he said that they were banging on the door, kicking on the door, trying to kick it open. There was nothing. So I don't know. Yeah, Miss Avery says she can't see well after dark. I know. Happens when we get old. Who is Aurora? Is that your Gibbo says Aurora can't see after dark either, but she went to school with Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that must be your wife. Oh, goodness. Everybody watch out. Echoes is in the house. Hey, Bubba, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Are y'all doing all right? Have you got rested up from flying down here and then flying back last weekend? Or this past weekend? Good to see ya. Always. For anybody new here, that is my actual brother, the middle brother. He's the middle child, so that explains a lot. Yep, he says he's tired. It is bedtime. I know, for me too. All right, I think I'm caught up, so we will get started. Mark there. Oh, I need to put my slideshow up. So like I said, I have 12 cases. Now, whether or not we make it through all of them tonight, or do like maybe half of them tonight, and then finish it up tomorrow, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But all the basic information, I usually get it from the Charlie Project for the Missing Person Monday cases that we do. But like I said, I had saved up a lot of cases from disappearedblog.com that I was planning on just doing individual videos on, and my browser is so freaking full. I'm like, well, I'll just do a live stream, because I was wanting to do when I figured out that I could do a live stream tonight, I said, well, I'll just put these cases together and we'll just do some more missing cases. So like I said, we'll just get through what we can. But first, before we start with the cases, we do have a new missing teen. And that is literally the only picture that they have of this young man. So this is a missing teen from here in Arkansas, from Sherwood, which is in North Little Rock. So the Sherwood Police Department has asked for the public's help in locating a missing teen. According to reports, 14-year-old Mark Lescano left his home in the Forbes Cove area of Sherwood at about 8:30 a.m. Today, November 21st. He is described as being 5 foot 2 inches tall and around 125 pounds. He was also last seen wearing a tan hoodie and black pants. So anyone with information regarding his whereabouts is urged to please contact, mozzarella sticks are, please contact the Sherwood Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division at 501-835-1425, or you can email cid@sherwoodpolice.org. So once again, that is Mark Lescano, just 14 years old. Been missing since this morning, so I'm hoping I'm just hoping, because a lot of these cases, thankfully turn out that it's just, the teen doesn't really, let the parents know, hey, I'm going to go to a friend's house, or maybe they said they're going to be back by a certain time and got, how when teens get together, they lose track of time. We'll hope that's the case, and that, or maybe, teens and parents have arguments. Maybe there was a little argument and he left the house, and they just, and he's at a friend's house somewhere. Once again, we'll hope that it is the case. So we still have, So we still have this Hector Barrientos case. Now, nothing official has been released as far as statements from the family, statements from law enforcement. But he does have I don't know if it's a group or a page on Facebook. It's either Find Hector Barrientos or Finding Hector Barrientos. But from something, because there was earlier this week, there was a body remains found in a pond and he's missing from Ola, Arkansas, which is in Yale County. There was a body found in a pond. It's in the same general area as Hector was last seen in, and the areas that they've been searching. Has not been officially, like I said, nothing official has been released, but from statements that people have made in the Facebook group or the page, just leads me to believe that it most likely is. They sent it. Obviously, they sent it to the medical examiner's office to be for identification. But I'm afraid, like I said, just from little comments here and there that I've been reading on Facebook, it possibly could be Hector. But once again, I can't say yes, it is him, although there are people that have said yes, it is him. But until I see a statement from the family or something official from law enforcement, I'm not going to say for sure that it's him. But I'm just going to say I just have a really bad feeling. So anyway, when and if they do announce anything official, I will let you guys know. So that is the latest on Hector's case. All right, so we will get into our cases. And first, we have Haleigh Murphy. And once again, this first information is from disappearedblog.com. Once again, all the links to all the articles I used are in the description box. Feel free to read them at your leisure if you wish. But Haleigh has been missing from Round Rock, Texas since June 16th, 2023. Her nickname is Leah. She was 22 years old when she went missing. She disappeared after spending the night out at a bar with a male friend. So a little background on Haleigh. She was born on June 12th, 2000. She is the mother of a 2-year-old son. She is an Army vet who served for about 3 years before she was medically discharged due to hip problems. In 2023, Haleigh was a resident of Temple, which is in Bell County, Texas. She had recently started her first semester as a business student while also studying for her real estate license. Sorry, ads popping up as usual. So on June 16th of 2023, Haleigh spoke on the phone with her younger sister around 6:30 a.m., saying that she was going to change her cell phone number because, quote, she was getting, or too many people had her number. So it was kind of, I don't know, maybe too many people, or maybe people that she didn't want to have her phone number had her phone number. And she also told her sister about some plans to visit an ex-boyfriend for a birthday party that weekend. So around 9 p.m., Haleigh was dropped off by her younger sister at Slick Willie's, which is a pool hall on Burnett Road in Austin. We have a Slick Willie's. I don't know if it's still open in Little Rock. Anyway. So she was dropped off at this pool hall, which is on Burnett Road in Austin, Texas, where she was seen getting into the car of a male friend. An hour later, Haleigh called her sister to check if she made it back home safely because of the heavy rain that night, and I don't know where her sister had been. And it says, due to the sound in the background, it's believed that she was at the bar or at a bar during the call. Haleigh never returned home. She has not been seen or heard from since. And on June 20th of 2023, her family did file a missing persons report with the Austin Police Department. So witnesses reported seeing Haleigh at a place called Eddie's Tavern which is a sports bar on Parker Drive in Round Rock, which is about 15 miles away from Slick Willie's. And this was around 11:30 p.m. And this was with the same male friend who had previously picked her up that she had been seen getting into the car with at the other bar at Slick Willie's. So Haleigh told her sister that she was going to stay with her friend that night and that he was going to take her to pick up a rental car the next morning so that she could drive to her ex-boyfriend's place to attend his birthday party. She never made it to the party. There's been no activity on her phone record or on her phone, her bank account, social media since she disappeared. The circumstances remain unclear, and her case is currently just classified as missing, and it remains unsolved. So Haleigh is a white female. She has blonde, strawberry blonde hair, hazel eyes, 5 foot tall, and around 100 pounds at the time she disappeared. She does have multiple tattoos, which I think in that smaller picture on the slide, she has a bunch around her neck and on her arm, I think. So she has multiple tattoos in bright colors on her body, including the initials GSM behind her left ear, a third eye symbol on her neck, a fairy with large feathers on her chest, a sleeve, which includes a tree, the words Braxton and Mitchell, and elephants on her arm, unknown words going down her spine, and a snake and skull on her right thigh. And she was last seen wearing a light purple t-shirt, a light colored jean shorts, and light purple Vans shoes. So if you have any information regarding Haleigh's disappearance, anything at all, no bit of information is ever too small. Contact the Austin Police Department at 512-974-5250 or the Texas Rangers at 512-424-2160. And the agency case number is 23-501-5040. So a lot of these cases, they are cases that did get, I'll say some of them, not all of them, but some of them did get a fair amount of maybe national attention or local attention, because I'd heard of Haleigh's case, and there's a couple of others that I'd heard of. But now some of them, unfortunately, I had not heard of. Let me see if I was able to find, I think I did have an article, interview with her family members. Hopefully the articles will load. So this article is from News Nation. It is from June of this year, 2012. It was updated June of this year. It says our lives stopped. Family marks 2 years since daughter disappeared. Stupid ads. Oh my God, go away. So Becky Mitchell is living the nightmare of her daughter's face being the subject of a missing persons bulletin. She says it's hard to talk about her without getting angry or upset. Understandable. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, her daughter, Haleigh Murphy, was last seen on June 16, 2023 in Round Rock, Texas. And hell is how Mitchell describes what things have been like since Haleigh went missing. Mitchell says she is full of immense pride for her daughter. She says, quote, "How to describe my daughter, very independent. She was one of those people who always wanted to get where she wanted to be by herself. And she wanted to say, you know, I did this myself." DPS confirmed with News Nation affiliate that the Texas Rangers and the Austin Police Department are working the case, and DPS cannot provide further information publicly because the investigation is still active. Mitchell said investigators have recently told her that they are making headway with the case, so that's good. But she is still raising money to contribute to a reward fund to encourage more people to come forward. It's so important. It's our mantra here in the community. If you see something, say something. If you heard something, say something. If you know something, say something. Her mom goes on to say, without her, it's like our lives stopped. And for the last 2 years, we're just waiting to live again. Just breaks my heart reading this families, but the families are just as important as the victims. So I always like to try to find art for anybody new here. I always like to try to find articles with interviews or statements from family members or law enforcement if there are any updates in the case. So that is Haleigh. Let me check your, I was trying to do on the computer. Let me check your comments right quick and then we'll get to the next one. I don't know why I'm using the stylus. It's right, there's where I was. Let's see. I was just reading about Miss Brady was talking about surgery that she had to have on her eyes. My goodness. You must have to work tomorrow. Echoes must have to work tomorrow. It says, wish I could stay longer, y'all, but 4 a.m. comes early. Thank you for checking in, baby. No, not baby. Well, I got 2 baby brothers. I'm the oldest, but he's the middle brother. Are you working tomorrow or are y'all going somewhere? Because tomorrow's Saturday. Well, I guess he does have to work on Saturdays. Anyway, good to see you. Good to see you, brother. Yes, she is a beautiful young lady. See, that's what I wondered. Miss Z says, what is the male friend story? That's what I was wondering too. There were several articles that came up. I just used this one from News Nation, but I don't. But in all the ones that I read, I don't think it ever said what this male friend had to say. But as far as we know, as you know, non-law enforcement or not inside the case, just looking in from the outside, is we don't know if the friend gave a statement. The friend could have given a statement to the police and was cleared, or maybe that's one of the things that law enforcement, because they said that they couldn't give out any other information because it's an ongoing investigation. Maybe they did find something with the friend story that they're kind of checking out, but we just don't know. We just don't know. But yeah, I would like to know, because as far as we know, as far as we know, just like I said, looking in from the outside, this male friend would have been one of the last ones that I was going to say that saw her, but one of the last ones that she was seen with. But yeah, it would be interesting to know what his story was. Apparently not. Miss Z also asked, did she ever pick up the rental car? I don't think so. Because I think they would have mentioned that. It just said that she never made it because she was going to pick up the rental car to drive to her ex-boyfriend's house for his birthday party. And she never made it to the party. So I'm assuming that she did not pick up. Now, I didn't say if she was going to pick up, if she had already picked up the rental car before she had gone out to the bars. Let me go back to the other information. Because I know it says something about she never made it to the party. She told her sister, when she talked to her sister on the phone, she told her sister that she was, let me find it. Where's it at? I know it says something about she told her sister she was going to pick up the rental car. Oh, Of course, when I'm looking for it, I can't find it. So she called her sister. That's when she said that she was going to change her cell phone number because too many people had her number. I still wonder about that. She told her about her plans to go to her ex-boyfriend's birthday party that weekend. Okay, so here it is. So Haleigh told her sister that she was going to stay with her friend that night and that he was supposed to take her to pick up the rental car the next morning so that she could drive to the ex-boyfriend's house. And then it just says she never made it to the party. It does not say if the rental car was picked up. It does not say that would be a very important good thing to know to kind of help put the puzzle pieces together, but it doesn't say anything about whether she picked up the car or not. I'm assuming that night when she was seen at the two bars was the last time that anybody physically saw her. I'm just trying to go back through here. So she was last seen. So she went to the Slick Willie's. She got into the car with the male friend, and then she was seen at Eddie's Tavern, which was about 15 miles away, with the same male friend who had picked her up. I'm assuming from Slick Willie's. So I'm assuming that's the last time that anyone physically saw her, was that night at Eddie's Tavern. So little hinky to me, but let's see. Okay. It does not say. She left Slick Willie's, the first bar, with this male friend. She was seen 15 miles away at the other bar with the same male friend. It said the same male friend who had picked her up. And that's the last time that is mentioned that she was seen. So I don't know. Well, no, because she said her male friend was supposed to take her. Yeah, I think Ms. Z mentioned it. The male friend she was going to stay with this male friend, spend the night with the male friend, and he was going to take her to pick up the rental car the next morning. So, Chris says, is this so-called bar under investigation? I don't know. I don't know why it would be. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. Miss Paula says, is the male friend a suspect? It doesn't specifically. Once again, they, couldn't give out a lot of information. Ongoing active investigation. I would definitely want to talk to him. I mean, if it was me, my unprofessional, if I was law enforcement, yes, I would definitely want to talk with the male friend because, like I said, just from this little information that we have that's been put out to the public, this male friend was the last person that she was seen with. So I would think at the very least that they would have brought him in and asked him some questions. Now, whether or not they consider him a person of interest or suspect, I don't know. Yep, Julie said, Eddie's Tavern was the last bar that she was seen at after she left Slick Willie's, or after she and the male friend left Slick Willie's. Yep, Miss Z says, I thought she was going to stay the night with the male friend, yes, so he could take her to pick up the rental car the next morning. So if she didn't, he has some explaining to do. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. We never want to accuse anybody without having any, and I'm not accusing, I'm just saying I would have questions for him. I mean, and I think any anybody would with who, especially law enforcement. If he was the last one that she was seen with, she had told her sister that she was going to stay the night with him. He was going to take her to pick up the rental car. I would definitely would hope that they talk to him. Yep. Julie said he must have given a statement. I wish we knew what he said. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he would, I mean, because I don't, unless he just disappeared and nobody has seen him since then, which it doesn't mention. So I'm going to assume that, he was still around there. So I'm assuming that he did give a statement, and that, like I said, either one, I said, I'm not a professional. This is just me trying to use my squirrel brain logic, is that one, he had nothing in his statement led them to believe that he had anything to do with her disappearance, or if they did find something hinky with the story, that's just something that they're not releasing publicly because of the ongoing investigation. That's the only thing I can think of. No, not that was mentioned. Avery says, is there any CCTV footage of her? Not that I've read that it's mentioned. Now this was so this was only 2 years ago. So yeah, CCTV has been a long time, around a long time. You would think, I mean, I don't know about bars. I don't go to bars anymore. You would think that the bars would have CCTV, but no, it didn't mention if she was caught on. It just said witnesses saw her with this male friend at the bars. But it doesn't, let me go back and make sure, it doesn't mention anything about CCTV or any kind of surveillance footage. Just says witnesses reported seeing her at Eddie's Tavern at around 11:30 p.m. with the same male friend. But hopefully, like I said, I'm sure if there was CCTV footage from the bars or any places in between the two bars, or from the last bar to wherever her boyfriend lived that she was going to spend the night with, I'm sure, hopefully they looked at all, any footage that they may have come across. Thank you, Gibbo. Gibbo says, I'm going to fall asleep. Yeah, because Gibbo's in the U. I always forget Gibbo's in the UK. And I love Gibbo's accent, by the way. I love his accent. Anyway, he says he's going to fall asleep, but we'll have the stream on and catch what I've missed tomorrow. Thank you so much, Gibbo. Always appreciate you, my friend. Please do check out Gibbo, or I'll Be Frank is the name of his channel. Please do go over there, give him a like if you haven't already. Yeah, Miss Avery says, I just read in an article 5 minutes ago, Ellie said they're making headway in the case. Yeah, that's what that article I read from said, that, or told the family that they were making headway. So we'll hope that, now whether or not it has anything to do with the male friend or not, or somebody else, but at least they're making headway, or so they say. Thank you, Miss Brady. She says, can't stay. I will watch the rest on replay. Have a blessed night, everyone. Absolutely. You too, Miss Brady. Thank you so much for being here. God, I really wish I could get StreamYard to come up on my computer. It'd be so much easier to. I'm gonna try again. We'll see if it goes or not. So much easier to recall me. Yep, she's an Army vet. She had a 2-year-old daughter. So I'm wondering who was babysitting the daughter that night. Ooh, is it going to come up? Because I'm going to assume that she's wasn't married. I mean, I know she could have been, and but she was with this male friend. She was going to go to her ex-boyfriend's birthday party. Don't know if the ex-boyfriend is the father of the daughter, the child, or not. I don't know. As Z says, let's see, I'm hoping StreamYard will come up and act decent. Oh, good. Okay, maybe it'll work for a minute. As Z says, if the male friend said that she left with someone else, the police would say she was seen with that person, or she got mad and walked off. Oh yeah, she got mad and walked off. That's that story. Yeah. As Z says, sadly, many businesses have cameras at cash registers or in areas where staff could steal. Absolutely. Yep. Okay. I'm not going to say anything, but so far so good. Ms. Z says her sister could have babysat, or the baby could have had a visitation with the father. Yep, true. Oh, Miss Avery is doing some investigating. She said there are a lot of TikToks on her. On her, you talking about on her case? Interesting. I have a TikTok account, Southern Gal, once again, Southern Gal True Crime, just like here and on Facebook. But I never get on TikTok. All right, so I'm caught up. So that's Miss Avery. So I'm going to mark right there. And I don't know why my slideshow was. Let me control it. There we go. We'll still let me control it, even though it's not showing up. All right, so this is. Get the information to come up. John Gandy. Now watch me get StreamYard working on my computer, and then the articles won't load. Oh, it did. So this is John Gandy. John, is that the right one? Yeah, okay. You just looked, okay. Just make sure I was on the right one. He was just 19 years old when he was last seen on January 9th of this year, 2025. So we have a mixture tonight of cold cases and then newer cases from anywhere from the 80s up to like 2024, 2025. So we have a mixture. So he was last seen January 9th of 2025 in Waynesboro, Mississippi. He disappeared after leaving his girlfriend's apartment and getting into an unknown vehicle. At approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 8th of 2025, John left his girlfriend's apartment in Waynesboro. He was last seen getting into a red or burgundy vehicle on Holly Bush Church Road. He has not been seen or heard from since then, and no one has been able to contact him by phone since he went missing. John's mother, Shay Gandy, has been working online and pleading with the community for help. She said, quote, I made a post a few days ago and I asked the community for any tips, any leads. Unfortunately, what I've been hearing is check the river or check the woods. So that's never a good sign when you hear something like that. The location of John, as well as the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, remain unknown. His case is classified as missing and remains unsolved. John is a black male with black hair in short twists and brown. He has brown eyes. He is 5'7" tall and weighs around 140 pounds. They don't give any clothing description or any tattoos. So if you have any information regarding John's case, contact the Waynesboro Police Department at 601-735-3192. Oh, we've been on here barely an hour. We're doing good. Let me see if I was able to find anything. I think I was able to find a couple of short articles about John. Once again, it may take a minute for them to load. There we go. All right, so this is from WDAM.com. It's from August of this year. Investigation into John, I almost said John Candy. John Gandy's disappearance continues. So apparently they drained a pond. So after draining a pond in the holly bush, because she did say, the mother did say she heard, check the river, check the woods. So after draining a pond in the Holly Bush community on Friday, the investigation into the disappearance of 19-year-old John Gandy continues. Gandy has been missing since January 8th with little to no information on his whereabouts. This was the largest movement from the investigation to date. Despite multiple tips, no remains were found at the bottom of the pond. According to Wayne County Sheriff Mosley, cadaver dogs were run throughout the pond. They had a drone, but nothing turned up. Sheriff Mosley tells WDAM that the Sheriff's Department is committed to trying its best to find more evidence in the investigation. He wants to thank the Wayne County Board of Supervisors, the Sheriff's Office, the Red Cross, Homeland Security, and the DA's office for their help. So he went to his vitals. He's a black male, 5'7" tall, around 140 pounds, with brown eyes, black hair. So they did search a pond. They didn't find anything. And I think I had another short article with some statements from his mom. Oh, knocked my drink over. Come on, now it's taking its time to load. Avery says she's Googling John now. Excellent. Oh, come on. I have to close out the tab. Sometimes I close out the tab and start a new one. It for some reason it'll load, or if you go back out and try to load it again, it'll come up. Yeah. Oh. Yep. Everybody says there's not much info on him. Yeah, I couldn't find a whole lot. I think these just two short articles were about the only thing that I could find on him. Come on. I wish. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this article is from July of this year, 2025. I'm tired. Waynesboro mother still searching for son 6 months after his disappearance. The past 6 months have been filled with questions as Shay Gandy continues to search for her son John. She says it's overwhelming, and I'm very tired. My heart goes out to all these family members, especially the mamas. So once again, the 19-year-old has not been seen or heard from since January 8th after getting into a red vehicle on Holly Bush Church Road in Waynesboro. Gandy told WDAM7 that the story is still pretty much the same. She says, quote, from the tips and leads we got, he was set up and that he may have been GSW'd and killed. Family and community members gathered on January 25th to search for the teen. Nothing turned up, but Gandy said Wayne County has not forgotten about her son. She said, quote, they've been backing us up. They have been there for moral support, for anything that I need. They have been reaching out to me. So at least, because in a lot of these cases, I say a lot, not a lot, but in some of these cases, we hear from family members that, that they don't hear anything. There's no communication from law enforcement, keeping them updated or just giving them a call to see how they're doing. Or, even if they can't give them any information that they may have, they can say, hey, we're working on it. We've got some leads. We're doing the thing, So, but it sounds like this police department is actually keeping in touch with the family, keeping them updated. So that's always good to hear. Wayne County Sheriff Jerry Mosley was not available to speak in person Thursday, but said over the phone that they are still working leads. Mosley also shared that the department is working with Crime Stoppers to offer a reward for any information. Gandy said that she is hopeful that with changes in administration, good news will come in soon. So maybe the change of administration had something to do with the communication. She says, quote, "We have new officials here. We've got a new mayor, so I do believe things will start coming together quickly." Though she is optimistic, Gandy said that she believes the case won't move forward until people start telling what they know. Absolutely. She says, quote, "Any leads, small or big, that you might have heard or may know, do not be afraid to reach out." Until then, she refuses to give up. She says, quote, "I am 100% committed. I'm determined to get answers for my family, to get closure for my family, and to get the justice that John deserves." That's a mama. That is a mama. So that is John. So once again, if you have any information, Waynesboro Police Department, 601-735-31912, or the Wayne County Sheriff's Office at 601-735-2323. I think that was all I had on John. So I'll get that page loading, check comments one more time. Thank you, Miss Avery says, "I love Googling each person you cover." Yep. Avery says, or she says, how sad his mom feels like Ellie isn't doing much. So maybe, like I said, maybe at first they weren't doing much, but she did mention in that article that they had a new mayor, new officials, new administration. So maybe when the new administration came in is when they started communicating and working on the case. You're exactly correct. Ms. Z says, sadly, he is a minority and they do not get the attention. It is so wrong. Absolutely. Just like the, African American, MMIP, Hispanic, they do not get the attention, as other cases, the same attention or the same amount of attention as other cases. Sad, but true. All right, so next we're going to a cold case. So this is Tamara Porrin, and let me see if her article loaded. Yes, it did. I think I had read over Tamara's case before. So this is Tamara Dawn Porrin. Her nickname is Tammy. She was just 15 years old when she was last seen on November 22nd, 1986 in Dubois, Pennsylvania. So some background on Tammy. She was born on November 23rd, 1971. She was an 8th grader at Dubois Junior High School. She was described as habitually truant, and her sister says that Tammy often fought with her parents. She had run away several times prior to her disappearance, though she never disappeared for more than just a few days at a time. She'd always come back before until she didn't. Good Lord, these ads slow everything down. So Tammy was last seen on the evening of November 22nd, 1986 in Dubois, Pennsylvania. She never returned home. She has not been seen or heard from since. And so this was in 1986 that she was last seen. She was not officially reported missing until 1994. And I don't know, I don't think I was able to find any explanation as to why she was not reported missing. Almost 10 years later, 8 years later, 9 years later. My math is not good. 8 years later, she was reported missing. Why did it take so long? So since Tamara had run away in the past, it was suspected that might be the case in 1986. And see, that's the thing. And it's usually, that teenagers all, for the most part, get labeled, oh, they run away, automatically a runaway. But even if they're a runaway, and I think Ms. Z talks about this too, even if if they did run away, and even an adult, if they did leave of their own accord, that does not mean that after they left, that something didn't happen that was out of their control. They found themselves in a bad situation, a situation they couldn't get out of, something nefarious happened. So that's why it's still important to at least, keep looking, Anyway, but now, however, foul play is now suspected in Tammy's case, given the amount of time without contact. The location of Tammy, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remains unknown. Once again, foul play is suspected in her case. She is classified as endangered missing. It remains unsolved. So Tammy is a white female. She was what would I say? Go back to the top. 15 years old when she went missing. She has brown hair and brown eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was 5 feet tall and around 130 pounds. So if you have any information regarding Tammy's disappearance, contact the Dubois Police Department at 814-371-2324. Let me see what I was able to find on Tammy. I think the only thing I was able to find at some point, let me see when this article was. Once again, see how long it takes to load. All right, so this article is from July 2025. So there is a reward offered in 30-year cold case of missing Dubois teen. A $5,000 reward is being offered as Pennsylvania State Police continue looking for answers after a teen was reported missing in 1994. I still want to know why it took, 8 years? So state police out of Dubois, sorry, there's coyotes howling outside. Anyway. So state police out of Dubois continue investigating the disappearance of Tammy Dawn Porrin, who was 15 years old when she was last seen. They are howling out there. So while the case began in 1994 when she was reported missing, investigators said that she was reportedly last seen November 26, 1986. So I don't think it said, I want to know who was the last one to see her in 1986 and who actually reported her missing in 1994. Was it family? Was it friends? So investigators noted that Tammy was an eighth grade student at Dubois Junior High School in 1986. She was habitually truant. It was said that she and her sister had run away on several occasions after frequent fights with their parents. Once again, she was 15 years old at the time of her disappearance, 5 feet tall, 130 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Once again, anyone with information is asked to contact the PSP Dubois station at 814-938-0532 or PSP Tips at 1-800-472-8477. It says all callers to PSP Tips remain anonymous if desired and could be eligible for a cash reward for information that leads to the solving of the case. So yeah, I want to know, for one, why it took so long, and there could be any number of reasons. Who was the last one to see her? Who actually reported her missing 8 years later? Was it her sister? I don't know. Those are just the questions that are in my squirrel head right now. Let's see if I had anything. Maybe I had her web sleuth thread up. I use web sleuths a lot because a lot of times if you can't find any information anywhere else, you can at least find a little bit of something on websleuths.com. So I do use it a lot because family members and friends and people who have intimate knowledge of the case do post. And on web sleuths, you do have to be verified, what they call verified. Now I don't know what they have to go through to be verified before you can state anything as a fact or claim to be a family member, but like I said, I don't know what the process is. Let's see. Don't know if there's anything else significant. Oh, Tammy's sister posted on here. Okay. So let me make sure I didn't miss any of her posts. So Tammy's sister posted on here. The first one was for October 1st, 2010. And it doesn't say her name. It says, God bless you. I am Tammy's sister and will gladly share all information I can and help in any way. I have submitted my DNA and I believe the police went to my parents and brothers to see if they would submit theirs as well. She disappeared in November 1986 under suspicious circumstances. To the best of my knowledge, this is her sister talking, she was not reported missing until she was not reported missing until 1994 when the sister, went to the police. So it was the sister that reported her missing in 1994. She goes on to say little was done with her case until Officer Lockwood came across it this year. Once again, this is 2010. He has been actively and aggressively working it ever since. She says, please let me know how I can help, not just with Tammy's case, but with others too. So it was the sister that actually reported her missing in 1994. Let's see if she has any other post. Okay, so somebody asked her if there was any updates or anything. She says, the sister says, no, they won't tell me anything other than they are working on it. I submitted my DNA several weeks ago. Please feel free to ask any questions. She says the police are not releasing much. There has yet to be a press release or anything in her case, really. And she's been missing since 1986. I'm getting frustrated. I bet. And then she posted again in November 2010, still nothing. Let's see if she has anything else. Yeah, so somebody, I don't know if the sister answered, but questions that we've been asking. This user says, how did she go missing in 86 when she was only 15 years old and under suspicious circumstances and not get reported until 8 years later? See, that's what I don't understand. And she says, I'm not trying to pry into family issues if that was the case, but a lot could have happened in those 8 years. And then for it to be pushed aside until recently, that's just horrible. I agree. Once again, we don't know the circumstances. This poster says, I cannot imagine what this has been like for you. I hope you get some kind of news soon. Yep. Unbelievable. They just have some, listen to some does on here. So yeah, so that was her sister. So yeah, her sister was the one that reported her missing. All right, let me get caught up on your comments because let me check. I think that was the last that I had for Tammy. Excuse me, sorry. Those mozzarella sticks aren't agreeing with me. All right. So let me get that page loading while I get caught up on your comments. Yep, Avery says, I wonder what was making her run away. Apparently, from just what the article said and what her sister said, apparently her I don't know if it was Tammy and the sister, or just Tammy just didn't get, it happened, didn't get along with the parents, was always fighting with the parents. So I'm assuming maybe something to do with the parent. And I'm not saying that to blame the parents, but anybody, I don't have kids, and even I know, but I've helped raise plenty of kids, but teenagers are hard to deal with. So yeah, so if you're not getting along with your parents, so, a lot of times they will run away. Yep, 1994, 8 years later. And it was the sister we now know that reported her missing. So I wonder what happened with the sister between, and once again, I'm not, but saying the sister, anything about the sister, but, and I don't know, I can't remember if it said if the sister was older or younger, but I wonder what the sister, what she was doing for those 8 years. I mean, she was the one that reported her missing. Now, it could have been that she was older and she was out already on her own, and just thought maybe that the parents had reported Tammy missing, and then at some point found out that Tammy hadn't been reported missing. So then she reported her missing in 1994. Yep, Miss Avery says, and if she was running away because of a bad home life, it makes her even more vulnerable. Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely would be hard. Avery says how hard it would be for Ellie when there's a 10-year jump already. Yep. Yep, because they were already eight years behind before she was even reported missing. And God bless her sister. Like I said, we don't know the circumstances of why it took so long for her to get reported, but God bless her sister for reporting her missing. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. Yep. Yep. Lots of questions. Really? Okay. So Miss Avery is investigating or researching. She says her sister has a Facebook page for her, but said that she fled with her kids to make the report because she was scared for her life. Really? Does it say who she was scared of? Was it family? Was it not non-family? Family? Does it say? That's interesting and horrifying. Miss Z says, I wonder if she had submitted DNA. Sad to say that is the step you need. Yeah, it said that she had, the sister submitted DNA. She thinks that her parents submitted their DNA, and apparently they had brother or brothers that she thinks submitted DNA. So I said, ooh, mozzarella. I know I'm a sucker for mozzarella sticks. Now I like good mozzarella sticks, but now I'll take some Sonic. Sonic has some good mozzarella sticks. I'm just saying. Just saying. Uh yeah, Miss Z says true. They can run away because they're teens, and sometimes there are other issues. If the sister was younger, she might not have known what was happening exactly. And I don't remember. I don't think it said if the sister was older or younger. So Miss Avery says it does not say. Okay. That is, like I said, that's interesting. Let me find it again. About the sister saying that does it say when she fled with the kids? Was it in 94 or sometime in between 86 and 94? Thank you, Miss Avery, for doing all the. I know Miss Z also does a lot of research during these lives also. God bless them. Goodness gracious. All right, so let me mark right there. Oh, oh no, wait a minute, it didn't go down far enough. Hold on, I'm having technical difficulties as usual. Or maybe StreamYard's fixing to poop out on me on here. There we go. Okay. So next, we have this baby, this beautiful baby. This is Alisha Smiley. Just look at that little face. It makes me want to cry. So this is Alisha Smiley. She was only 3 years old. This is another cold case. 3 years old when she was last seen on June 6th, 1985 in Atlanta, Georgia. So this one is going to, I know I had questions too, but once again, we can have our thoughts and opinions, but can't, I guess it is a little judgy, but so 3-year-old Alisha was last seen in Atlanta on June 6, 1985. She was last seen sitting on a bench outside the Omni International Hotel at around 2 p.m. So we'll get more into that, but a little bit of background. Alisha was born on October 7th, 1981 in Birmingham, Alabama. She had been living with her aunt, Estella Evans, and her aunt's husband for periods of time since birth, since her parents were unable to support her financially. Loved ones describe her as an extremely friendly and trusting toddler. And at the time of her disappearance, she had been living with her aunt in the Ben Hill area for around 8 months. So at approximately 1:45 p.m. on June 6, 1985, Alisha was last seen sitting on a bench outside the Omni International Hotel, which is on Techwood Drive in Atlanta. Alisha's aunt had left her and her 4-year-old cousin unattended while going to purchase wrestling tickets just a short distance away. And when her aunt returned, Alisha was gone. So apparently the 4-year-old cousin was still there, but Alisha was not. She was gone. So Alisha was last seen by employees of the Omni Hotel asking for a cookie and where to find a bathroom. Authorities believe that Alisha may have walked to a nearby McDonald's shortly after being left unattended. Apparently, she loved McDonald's hamburgers, and who doesn't? An extensive search of the area produced no additional clues as to her whereabouts. No clues have ever been found to suggest what happened to Alisha, though investigators believe that she was abducted by a non-family member. According to loved ones, Alisha may have went with a stranger if approached, as she was, as I said earlier, she was very trusting, she was very friendly. The police did receive a tip that Alisha may have been taken to the Lakewood Fairgrounds. However, a search of the area provided no evidence to support that claim. The location of Alisha, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remain unknown. Her case is classified as a non-family abduction and remains unsolved. And the where did I put it at? I know I put it on the slide. In the top left of the slide, that smaller picture, that is an age progression of Alisha from Nick to 29 years old. Well, she possibly could look like at 29. So at the time she went missing, she is a black female. She had black hair and brown eyes. She was 3 feet tall, weighed 30 pounds. Her ears were pierced. She had a gap between her lower front teeth, and she has a slight discoloration in the corner of her right eye. She was last seen wearing a red and white A-line sundress with small checks on it, white sandals with silver buckles, lilac or purple hair ribbons, and gold earrings. So if you have any information regarding Alisha's case, you can contact the Atlanta PD at 404-853-3434. Let me see if I was able to find what I could find on Alisha. I don't think I was able to find. Actually, I think on Web Sleuths, once again, it was just I may have a little bit of trouble reading this, so bear with me. It was just photocopies that are pictures of news clips, but it did have a interview or statements from the aunt. Let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, somebody on the Web Sleuths thread said, I wonder if the cousin she was left with could supply any more details. I don't know. It said the cousin was 4, so Alisha was 3. The cousin was 4. I mean, I'm not gonna say, because a lot of people say, oh, especially if it's a young child, you can't go by, anything that a child says. Not necessarily true, but then again, it's kind of that catch-22 situation, But it's the same way with adults too, because I always say that eyewitnesses are not very reliable. So I don't know if the cousin gave what the 4-year-old said. Let's see. Okay, so it said that in the disappeared blog that the aunt had left the 2 children in front of the I think it said they were actually inside in the lobby of the hotel sitting on the bench, and that or maybe outside the lobby or outside the motel sitting on the bench, and the aunt had either went inside the hotel or just across the street to purchase these wrestling tickets. So it wasn't like the aunt went a mile away, but still. But somebody had posted some clips from some news articles. Says, I just blogged about this case, found some archived articles from Atlanta Daily World. So the article she's quoting from is from June 16th, 1995, states that Alisha's aunt left the 2 children inside the Omni complex at the bench while she bought tickets for a wrestling booth for a wrestling event at a ticket booth outside the complex. So she did leave them inside while she just ran outside. So the quote from the paper is, she said she left the 2 there in an attempt to let the children cool off. The temperature that day was in the high 90s. There were, once again, extensive searches. The newspaper clipping says about 150 searchers combed areas around the Omni and adjacent World Congress Center, searching. And then they got this tip that she may have been taken to the Lakewood Fairgrounds. I don't know how far away the Lakewood Fairgrounds are from the Omni Center. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to read this. I'm going to have to blow it up and make it really big. It's very blurry. So this is an old news article, probably from just right after she went missing. Or actually, it's a photo of a news article. Take care of her, pleads girl's aunt. 3-year-old still missing despite search and reward. It says the gnawing absence of Alisha Smiley's pre-dawn singing makes it even more apparent to Estella Evans, which is the aunt, that her 3-year-old niece is missing. She says, I heard her one morning at 3 a.m. singing Tina Turner's What's Love Got to Do with It. I love that song. Said Mrs. Evans Monday night, attempting to hold back tears. She says, I just want somebody to bring her back, take care of her, let somebody know that she is okay. Alisha was reported missing Thursday afternoon after she disappeared from the Omni International while Mrs. Evans was trying to purchase wrestling tickets. She doesn't meet a stranger. She doesn't like. She would go with anyone. And this is according to the aunt. She says, you would hope that by now the strangers, would realize that she belongs to somebody. Atlanta police are pleading that anyone who knows Alisha's whereabouts contact the missing persons squad. It says police will protect the identity of callers, said Lieutenant Kim Bowles, who was commander of the missing persons and S-Crime squads. Born in Birmingham, Alabama, Alisha has lived sporadically with the Evans almost since birth. Her parents were college students who had a hard time making ends meet, were financially unable to care for her, and Miss Evans, 38 of Southwest Atlanta. Alicia's latest stay with the Evanses began in December. She has her own room in the quiet Pine and Magnolia shrouded Ben Hill area residence where Miss Evans, who is a registered nurse, lives with her husband James, who's a truck driver, and 3 sons ages 4 to 13. Miss Evans says it was Christmas. We decided to something for her. We decided to send for her because we thought maybe we would give her a chance to do all the things you do at Christmas time, like go see Santa Claus. Some of the dolls that she got for Christmas, which sit in various corners of the Evans household, remind Miss Evans of one of Alicia's favorite pastimes, which is styling her doll's hair. Food, however, is Alicia's first love. Alicia's determination to find hamburgers, or she called them hamberries, the child's word for hamburgers, might have led to her disappearance. Miss Evans suspects. Miss Evans had seated Alisha beside her cousin Andrew, who was 4, on a wooden bench near the Omni's cookie store about 1 p.m. Thursday before going outside to search for an open ticket booth. Her intent was, sorry, I gotta scroll back up, was to get the children out of the sweltering heat. She says the only thing I was interested in was for them to be in a cool place. It was just hot. We had just walked down 2 flights of stairs and they were tired. I was more concerned that they would disturb somebody else than that somebody would bother them. I expected her to mind because she wanted to get hamburgers. When Miss Evans returned 10 minutes later after a futile attempt to secure these wrestling tickets, she found Andrew alone. So wearing a red and white checkered A-line dress, and her hair was in braids tied with lilac ribbons, Alisha was seen by the Omni employees asking for a cookie and asking about a bathroom. Emmanuel Lutheran Church, where Alisha was baptized, and other Lutheran churches have raised $5,000 for a reward for information leading to Alicia's recovery. A search by police officers of the Omni and the World Congress Center on Friday afternoon uncovered no trace of the child. Acting on a tip, police Sunday searched a wooded area behind the A.D. Williams School at Wilkes Circle, I think it is, Northwest, but they found nothing. Police suggested that if someone has the child but is afraid to return her, he or she should take Alisha to Grady Memorial Hospital, a fire station, or any other place where she would be safe until she could be returned to her family. So, I mean, I grew up in the 70s. In the 80s, I was a teenager. But it was not uncommon back then. I mean, I remember when we were kids, 3 or 4 years old, our parents, grandparents, whoever we were with, would leave us in the car with the car running while they ran in and grocery shop. So back then, it was not uncommon for people to leave kids, say, like in this instance, and she was only gone not that far away. It's just that they were on a bench inside. She just ran outside and to the ticket booth. And then she was just gone for 10 minutes. And when she got back, Alisha was gone. Because a lot of people are going to say, why did she leave them? Which is, it's understandable. It is a fair question, but I'm just saying back then it was common. It was common. That's all I'm saying. So let's see if there's there's some more articles, but I think it's the same information. So about this, it says volunteers will search the Lakewood Fairgrounds for 3-year-old Alisha Smiley Saturday morning, in addition to the Omni area and A.D. Williams School in Northwest Atlanta. It said there was a telephone call that led us to believe that we should search the Lakewood area. It could just be someone playing around, but we cannot afford to rule it out. Absolutely. So they got a phone call to say, hey, check this fairground area. So they did a third search. Says weary from the search and wet from an afternoon rain shower, about 60 Atlanta police officers and volunteers emerged from a thicket behind a Northwest Atlanta school without a clue to the whereabouts of 3-year-old Alisha Smiley. Tuesday was the third time police were led to the densely wooded area behind the A.D. Williams School at 1065 Wilt Circle Northwest by a male tipster who insisted that Alisha could be found there. So that, not saying, but it said this was the third. So apparently the same person, if I'm reading this correctly, it says Tuesday was the third time that police were led to the densely wooded area by a male tipster who insisted that Alisha could be found there. Little red flaggy to me. It says the man gave no description of the girl. He said, "You'll find her body out behind the school." So it could just have been somebody just sick joke, sick prank, or not. I mean, it says the search party was first sent to the school after the man called a local TV station. A Tuesday search of about 10 acres, including the grounds behind the school and those around Carly Park and the A.D. Williams Recreation Center, was the most thorough of the searches. For nearly 2 hours, police from the SWAT team and special operations, as well as recruits, police athletic league members, and volunteers combed the area. The effort still turned up no clues. And Bowles added, "Will probably not be coming back out there." So I don't know. Would be in this, it could be either or. I mean, but please let me know in comments or in chat or comments if you're watching replay. The same person apparently called in these 3 tips. Once again, it could just have been a sick joke because we know, unfortunately, things like this happen in these cases, or not. I mean, but they didn't find anything. But it could still be a sick joke on the other side that it really was. It could have been somebody who took her and was just playing games and said, "Hey, go search these woods, go search over here, go search over there." Either way, it's just sick. And anyway, so I think that was all on that. Let me make sure I didn't have anything else. No, that was it. All right, so let me get the next page loading. Let me get caught up on comments. Get me a drink. How are we doing? Oh, we're just under 2 hours. We're doing good. Don't know if we'll make it through all of them tonight, but we'll make it through as many as we can, and we'll finish up tomorrow if we don't get finished up tonight. Okay, there's where I left off. Miss Avery says the Omni in Atlanta, where she disappeared from, is a rough area. Now, I've heard, I don't know, I haven't been to Atlanta, and I don't even know if I've spent any time at any point in my life, any amount of time in Atlanta. I'm sure I've driven or ridden through it going, because when we were younger, my grandpa's family, my mom's dad, his family came from Georgia, so we would make several, at least once a summer, we would go to Georgia to visit family. But from what I hear these days, Atlanta, but like a lot of cities, Atlanta is kind of rough. Ms. Z says she was seen by a hotel employee asking for a bathroom, so it does sound like a crime of opportunity. I absolutely agree. Someone saw a chance to pick up a child. I agree. Really? Okay, so Miss Avery says, looks like missing, is that Tavis? Tavis Sutton is from the same family. Is it supposed to be Travis Sutton or Tavis? I'll look it up. Give me a minute. That wasn't the 4-year-old cousin, was it? Let me see if. So is it Tavis, Tavis? Hold on, let me look it up. Give me 1 minute. Doing research on the fly here. If I can. Tavis Sutton missing. Okay, so so just what comes up it says Tavis Sutton's disappearance remains one of the most unsolved cases. That's not worded very well. It must be AI. One of the most unsolved cases in Georgia's history. He was abducted from Grady Memorial Hospital's Hughes Spalding Pediatric Unit on March 9th, 1993. Has been missing since then. Despite extensive investigations and public appeals, no definitive evidence has been found to locate him. His case is part of a series of infant abductions at Grady Memorial Hospital, which have been covered in various media outlets, including the Fall Line series, The Grady Babies. The case continues to intrigue and concern the community with ongoing efforts to uncover the truth behind his disappearance. Let me go to his Charlie Project information. So he was kin somehow to Alisha. No, that's not the right one. That's wait a minute, maybe it was the right one. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's an age progression. Okay, let me see. Yeah, Tavish was admitted as a patient in the Hughes Spalding Pediatric Unit of Grady Memorial Hospital on Butler Street in Atlanta on March 6, 1993. He was in the custody of the Department of Family and Children, DCS, Children's Services at the time. He underwent minor surgery over the weekend and was recuperating in a semi-private room in the ward during the early morning hours of March 9th. His roommate was another infant, and that baby's mother and sister were spending the night in the room. Or spending the night in the room. Also, a nurse checked in on them at 6:45 a.m. At the time, Tavish's roommate's mother and sister were asleep on a couch in the room. When the nurse checked the room again 15 minutes later, Tavish was gone. Tavish's roommate's family was thoroughly investigated by police. Their home was searched, and all the family members were interviewed. They were eventually cleared as suspects in his case. Tavish's mother was being treated for schizophrenia in a mental institution at the time of his abduction. Neither she nor other relatives were considered suspects in his disappearance. In fact, no one in his birth family were ever even aware that Tavish was in the hospital at the time of his abduction. Says there were two persons of interest in this case, and what they call an agitated man who tried to enter the hospital's pediatric wing. The second person was a woman around 25 years old, described as 5'5", 160 pounds, medium brown complexion, strong cheekbones, and almond-shaped eyes. A man saw the woman just outside the hospital and noticed her because she was very attractive. Another witness saw the same woman inside the hospital. So the DCS has terminated Tavish's mother's parental rights to his 3 siblings and was seeking to terminate her rights to Tavish as well when he disappeared. They had taken custody of him when he was a few weeks old and placed him with a foster family. His mother sued the hospital over her son's kidnapping. In March of 1995, the suit was settled out of court for $600,000. Miss Avery says that she was kin to, or was in the same kin to the Alisha's family somehow. Interesting. Yep, definitely not good. Yep, Avery says it was safer in the 80s. Yeah, I said it was not uncommon. I mean, of course, I lived in still live in a very small town, but I mean, excuse me. Yeah. I mean, I can remember even when we would go to, Little Rock. North Little Rock is the biggest city closest to the town that I live in, and I mean, we would go to with my grandparents. We'll have to go up there for something at least once a week, and we would, especially during the summertime when all of us kids were out of school, all our parents worked. So of course we all would, hang out here on the farm. And if they needed to go somewhere, they just load all of us kids up and we go to Little Rock or North Little Rock. And if they happened to go in the grocery store or wherever they needed to go, if we didn't want to go in, or if they didn't want to put up with us going in, they say, hey, stay in the car. We'll be right back. And we would stay in the car. And that was, Little Rock, North Little Rock. So, Miss Paula says people got away with a lot more in the 80s. That is true. Yeah, back that was before, the cell phones everywhere, and they did have CCTV, but not as many, cameras everywhere as there is now watching. Yeah, that is true. And I feel sorry for them. I really do. I mean, Avery says her aunt probably blames herself so much for it too. I know. And like I said, it's not like she went, a mile away or something. She left them right inside on the bench right inside, and she just ran right outside to the ticket booth for 10 minutes, and then she came back and she was gone. Yep, she was beautiful little girl. I know that smile. Look at that smile. Oh my God, it breaks my heart. So was I reading the right one? Miss Z says there's a lot of craziness around Tavis Sutton, even a man claiming to be him. I don't know if I was reading the right one or not, but I'll have to look into that. Yeah, Avery says, you talk about them and I'm going down rabbit holes here. Okay, so Miss Avery says, yes, I saw Tavis was abducted from the hospital. I see articles saying 2 kids, 1 family with both Tavis and Alisha's names. Hold on, let me just put in 2 kids, 1 family. Kid. I'll put 2 kids missing, 1 family. See, now you got me going down rabbit holes. That's why we're here for like 5 hours. No. Oh, that's in Nova Scotia. Let me just put in Tavis Sutton and Alisha Smiley. Duh. See if that works. Okay, so there's a TikTok. No, I don't have TikTok. I don't know if this. No, that's TikTok. Shoot. I want to know how they were related. Well, let me see if Facebook will come up. There's something on Facebook, but the F bomb was in just a little bit of dialogue it had on here, so I don't know. Oh, that's a reel. I can't play that. Dang. Not with the F bomb being dropped. So there's some like at least Avery was saying something on Facebook says this dude is not Tavis Sutton. So you were saying somebody was claiming to be him. Yeah. Yeah. I see what you're. I'm gonna have to get on Facebook on my phone because Facebook I can't get anything to load. Let me see what this says. Oh, it's a reel. I need something I can read. Anyway, I'll look at it definitely on my phone. I just have a hard time getting anything from Facebook to come up on my laptop. But I will definitely look at it. I'll go back to that. Let me get caught up in the comments again. Okay, Miss Avery is searching to find out how they are related. Okay, so that was a different. Okay, so Tavish Sutton was different. Okay, Tavis. See, I put in Tavis Sutton a while ago and it didn't. No, I don't want the results for Tavish Sutton. That's all it's bringing up. I'll look into it. I'll see what I can find tomorrow or tonight. Who knows? Oh my goodness. Miss Avery says, fun fact, when my son was born and tested for sickle cell, they thought they had a baby switch at first, but he was mine. Oh my goodness. Oh God, I would be panicking. Yeah, see, Avery says, I'm not sure now if they're related, but I kept seeing article title. Yeah, that's what, when I put in both their names, the stuff from Facebook and TikTok says, two kids, one family. I said, I'll look into it on my phone because I have Facebook on my phone. Yeah, me too. Avery said in the mid 80s, me and my friends will walk the whole town alone. Yeah, because I was a teenager in the 80s. Excuse me, late 70s, early 80s. I was born in 71. So, yeah. Of course, like I said, I live in a very small town where everybody knows everybody. So, but yeah, when we knew to be home, or well, usually if I was in town with friends, because I live out here on the farm, but spending the night with friends on the weekend, we knew to be when the street lights came on, we needed to be headed into whoever's house we were staying out that night. Miss Lee says yes. He said he was that baby. Oh, so the guy claiming to be the baby that was stolen. Okay, I think I'm caught up. All right, so next we have Roy Tsatoke. I hope I'm pronouncing that last name right. Let me get his. What did I do with? I'm losing everything here. I'm losing my mind. All right, so this is Roy Tsatoke. Roy Allen Tsatoke. His nickname is Rude. 26 years old when he was last seen on September 22nd, 2024 in McKinleyville, California. His last known location was at his ex-girlfriend's mother's house on Hiller Road. Roy was born on January 16th, 1998. He grew up in Redding and went to Shasta High School. He has many friends in Shasta and Butte counties. His loved ones say it is uncharacteristic of him to go missing. He kept in close contact with his family and would not be without a phone for this long. So he was last seen on September 22nd, 2024 in McKinleyville, California. He was house sitting for his ex-girlfriend's mother at the time at her home on Hiller Road. Later that night, his phone last pinged north of Willow Creek off of Highway 96. Roy has not been seen or heard from since. It is believed that he was on foot. Few details are available in his case. He is a Native American male. He was born on January 16th, once again, 1998. Brown hair, brown eyes. He was 5'5" tall, 160 pounds. His hair was shoulder length. At the time of his disappearance, he was last seen wearing a black shirt and black pants. It says that he wears hoop earrings, a Native American headdress ring on his right pinky finger, and an unknown ring on his middle finger. So if you have any information regarding Roy's case, you can contact the Arcata Police Department at 707-822-2426. Go away ads. Let's see if I had see, I think I was able to find a couple of articles. Who's getting hot in here again? So this article is from August of this year, 2025. A family of missing McKinleyville man demands answers nearly a year later. Nearly a year has passed since 26-year-old Roy Tsatoke disappeared while house sitting for a family friend in McKinleyville, and his family is still searching for answers. Heather Allen, who is Roy's mother, says this is torture. I want him to know that I am still out here looking for him, and we are still hopeful that we are going to find him. Roy was reportedly house sitting on Hiller Road the night he vanished. His girlfriend, Carly Perez, known as KC, expressed frustration over not being contacted by police for questioning. In an emotional Facebook video posted on August 4th, 2025, she demanded action from the Arcata Police Department. In the video, she said, quote, "This is my formal public request for the Arcata Police Department to contact me, to interview me, to show me they are actively investigating because Roy's life still matters. I will not stop. I will not be quiet, and I will not let Roy be forgotten. Do your job," end quote. Perez said that police reached out to her for an interview after the video she made gained attention online. She says, "I don't feel like they are actively investigating. I feel like it's damage control because I called them out." Probably so. Once again, he's Native American. Once again, we were talking earlier, Miss Z, she covers a lot of indigenous cases. Don't get a lot of times, most of the time, don't get the same effort to put into looking for them, investigating, as other cases. Arcata police stated that Perez was not contacted earlier because she was not mentioned in the initial investigation, and her identity was unknown to them. They have issued multiple search warrants and interviewed Tsatoke's family and friends that are known to detectives. Police have also been in contact with private investigators retained by Roy's family. Allen, who I think is his mother, says, quote, "People don't just disappear, and my son wouldn't have just gone this long without contacting his family." So it sounds like, at least, he's got family fighting for him. He's got his mom. He's got I forgot who it was now. His girlfriend, his mom and his girlfriend, and probably other family members that just didn't mention. I think I had one other short article. Shoulder hurting. So I think this is just, they had some kind of benefit concert in June. If it'll come up. May come up, may not. Let me try closing it out and starting a new tab. Yeah, Ms. Z said, not much of an investigation if they didn't have his girlfriend's name. I know. That's crazy to me. Once again, I don't know if this article is going to come up. I think this was just, they had in June, they had a benefit concert to raise money for the reward. I believe that's all that article was. Let me see what the other one is. Oh, now it comes up. Missing person, Roy Tsatoke's family, friends, and metal bands hosting benefit concert June 7th. All funds go to continuing search efforts. So this does have some interviews with his friends. So Roy, once again, we know he's been missing. So Roy has been missing since September 22nd, 2024. He was last seen at I said babysitting, house sitting. His was it mother-in-law? No, it wasn't mother-in-law. Mother-in-law's home, I think. So later that day, his phone pinged off of Highway 96, just north of Willow Creek. The next day, when one of his close friends failed to hear from him, she reported him missing immediately. His mother, his family, friends have been searching for him ever since. Gabriel, who is Roy's close friend, recalls when he went missing, she, referring to, I'm assuming the female friend, reached out to me to let me know that there was something wrong. And we all started raising the alarms and trying to figure out what was going on. And no one else has really done anything like that. You don't see anything anywhere. And unfortunately, it's not a unique problem. Through a confusion of jurisdiction or lack of evidence, Roy's friends feel that there's basically no progress being made on their friend's missing persons case. Gabriel says there's a lot of people in Humboldt County that are going to, or have gone through this, or are going through this. He has helped organize an event to raise money for continued search efforts for Roy. Namely his, this article is poorly written, namely his mother's search efforts and those of the private investigators that she hired. So they hosted this fundraiser concert as a fundraiser. They had bands playing. It was a gathering of solidarity. Atira, who is another of Roy's close friends, added, I will have an outreach table. She had an outreach table set up with information and resources for MMIP in Humboldt County. Atira says that she and Roy have been friends since middle school. Roy's friends and family, as well as the many metal bands traveling from Mexico and all over California and the United States, have a common goal to raise awareness and hopefully get Roy found. Gabriel says, I'm basically never going to start because we have no closure. We can't mourn someone, is gone, and you can't celebrate him or even be mad at him knowing their lives anywhere. So that's where we're stuck out in purgatory. When asked what Roy was like and why they are his friends, they both laughed, noting how fun it would be if Roy were here in that very moment. They said Roy had a lot of energy. They said he was like a human battery pack. He lit up the place. They said he was like the human Energizer bunny. Even with all of his struggles, he made you want to He made you want to motivate you like crazy. He would do things that made you want to step up. It is clear to say that Roy is dearly missed would be an understatement. Gabriel says, for anyone who feels this way or has gone through this, come here. We're battling that void right here with you. Just having everybody together will feel like we have more support. It will feel good to have other people around, because through this whole thing, you feel very alone, and having the community come together will fill that little emptiness in your heart, I guess, with this entire situation. Wow. I think I don't know if I had anything else. I think just Web Sleuths, but I don't know if there was anything else pertinent on Web Sleuths. Oh, the late night crowd is starting to come in. I see more people popping in now. I don't know how many we've gone through so far. I haven't been keeping count. I don't think there was anything pertinent in Web Sleuth, so we will go on to the next one. Let me get caught up in your comments first. Don't throw myself out of StreamYard here. Yeah, people are popping in. I see some new names, or not new names, but people who hello, my friend. Black Knight 007 is here. Hello back to you, friend. How are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well, sir. Yep. Ms. Z says MMIP are just minorities in general get ignored. I say whether they be Native American, African American, Hispanic, they just don't get the same. A lot of times. Now, it's not just like any other, not in all cases, but unfortunately in a lot of cases where you have minorities, they just do not get the same effort put into them as other cases. And it just drives me batty, as I know it does you guys too. It just drives me insane. Yeah. Z says that is the lamest excuse the police gave. We don't know who she was. She was his girlfriend. How could, like you said, she was his girlfriend. How could they not know who she was? Yep. Oh, goodness. Oop, hold on. A bunch of comments popped up on me. Yeah, Miss Avery says another Native American who's missing, and Ellie doing nothing. We'll look for you. Miss Avery says, I'm part Spanish, and if I go missing, y'all better be looking for me. Oh, we'll be looking for you, Miss Avery. We take care of we all take care of each other around here. Absolutely. All right. So we've only been not even 2.5 hours yet. We're doing good. All right. So next we have, and going back to another cold case. Now this one, I don't know if it has, well, we'll get into it. I get ahead of myself. Sorry. My squirrels get going too fast in my head, but this is, let me get her information. Good Lord. Y'all got to keep me in line here. Where's she at? There she is. This is Judith Veloz, or Veloz. Once again, I apologize to anything I'm pronouncing incorrectly. So Miss Judith Ramona Veloz, also known as Aries Jones, was 19 years old when she was last seen on March 3rd, 1993 in Manhattan, New York. So can you guess what ties they tried to, or what case they tried to tie her into? Or maybe not try to tie her into, but we'll get to that. So 19-year-old Judith was last seen in Manhattan, New York on March 3rd, 1993. She was last seen in the area of 30th Street between 10th and 11th Avenue. So at the time of her disappearance, Judith lived on River Road in Edgewater, New Jersey. It says that she usually worked on the west side of Manhattan. So Judith previously lived with her family in the Bronx. She left home at age 16 and gave birth to a daughter when she was 19 years old. So I think I do have articles on this one that may be, and I keep forgetting to put my creeper up there with the warning, the trigger warnings and all that. Anyway, okay. So she left home at 16. She gave birth to a daughter when she was 19. So once again, she was seen in the area of 30th Street between 10th and 11th in Manhattan on March 3rd, 1993. She never returned home. She has not been seen or heard from since. So here we go. Let me see if I have any. Some investigators from a certain task force uploaded her profile to NamUs. Let's see if we have any guesses. Avery says says she reminds me of Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, a little bit. There we go. Bingo. If she'll come up, come on. Gilgo Kaiser with Rex Human. Exactly. So let me go back here. So in 2022, investigators with the Gilgo Beach Homicide Investigation Task Force uploaded Judith's profile to NamUs. The move came after investigators learned that Rex Huerman, who was arrested for homicide in the deaths of 3 young women in the Gilgo Beach case, met some of his victims in New York City. So, I mean, possible. I mean, you know, to date, no persons of interest or suspects have been publicly. I have problems with that word. Publicly named in Judith's disappearance. The location of Judith, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remains unknown. Her case is classified as in danger missing and remains unsolved. She is an Hispanic female with brown hair, which is dyed bleach blonde. Excuse me, mozzarella sticks again. And hazel eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was 5'4" tall and 110 pounds. And it says she has a tattoo of a female leaning on a lamppost on her right thigh. I don't think it gave any clothing description. So if you have any information regarding Judith's case, you can contact the New York State Police Troop L headquarters at 631-756-3300. So let me find what I was able to find. That didn't make any sense. Let me find what I was able to find on Judith, Miss Judith here. Okay, so this first is just a little bit about the Gilgo Beach Task Force uploading her profile into NamUs. Once again, if it'll come up. We'll get some more comments when, as Paula said, I can see that. I'll put that back up there so people know what we're talking about. There we go. So this article is from August 2023. Investigators with the Gilgo Beach Homicide Investigation Task Force added the profile of Judith Veloz, a Bronx teen who vanished from Manhattan in 1993, to a national missing persons database last October. The move came 7 months after the task force had identified architect Rex Huerman as a prime person of interest. He's now been arrested. I haven't read what's the latest on. I know we're going to get sidetracked, but that's fine, because it might have something to do with this case. What's the latest on Huerman? Has he been to court yet? Any trial dates? I haven't been able to keep up with it. Human was arrested on July 13th near his Midtown office and charged with homicide in the deaths of 3 young women who were sex workers. Their bodies, we all know that, wrapped in burlap, were discovered on Ocean Parkway in December of 2010. Judith Ramona Veloz, who was 19 in 1993, went missing from Manhattan's West Side more than 17 years before the Gilgo Four were found. Huerman owns an architectural consulting firm on Fifth Avenue, not far from Penn Station, which is located at 33rd Street between 7th and 8th Avenues. Blah blah blah. The profile for Judith was uploaded to NamUs. Lists the following circumstances for the 19-year-old woman's disappearance. Judith Veloz, aka Aries Jones, was last seen in the vicinity of 30th Street between 10th and 11th Avenues in Manhattan. Police alleged that Huerman met some of his victims in New York City, and said the cell phone of Gilgo victim Melissa Bartholomew pinged near Penn Station during the summer of 2009 when she went missing. The NamUs site said Judith last had contact with friends or family on March 3rd, 1993. It's the same information that it says her slim blonde looks were similar to some of the Gilgo victims. A Facebook group called Remembering Judith Ramona Veloz was created in early 2023, saying, quote, Judith is a loving sister, a loving mom with a baby girl that she called her princess. She was a good human, but sadly had to make hard choices with hopes of a better life, end quote. So the group asked anyone with information to contact New York State Troopers, Suffolk County at 631-756-3300. I know I had something. Maybe it was something from Web Sleuths. She did. I don't know if I'm going to read all of it. Once again, the links are in the description. But I do remember reading it. She was very much taken advantage of. Let's just put it that way. Let me see. Let me find it. I know it was on Web Sleuths. Okay, so apparently, I believe this is from, because somebody just copied and pasted it to the Web Sleuths, to her thread on Web Sleuths, but I believe it does come from the Facebook group that was mentioned. And don't let me forget, I will go back and I will, since StreamYard's working on my phone or my laptop, I can put the link to the Facebook group in. So let me just make sure before I read that this is from. Yeah, this information comes from the Justice for Judith Ramona Veloz Facebook group. So kind of a trigger warning. So on March 3rd, 1993, 19-year-old Judith Veloz was last seen. Once again, we know where she was seen. She frequently worked in this area, coming from across the Hudson River in Edgewater, New Jersey. Judith had previously lived with her family in the Bronx. Her family has roots to Valentine Avenue, where 2 blocks away and 2 years earlier, 14-year-old Jessica Soto disappeared from and still remains missing. It says both Judith and Jessica's cases would not be entered into NamUs for nearly 30 years. Judith has a younger sister who looked up to her. Judith, her sister, shared with me, a quote, she was my sister, a loving mom with a baby girl she called her princess. She was a good human, but sadly had to make hard choices with hopes of a better life. So getting to the kind of a trigger warning part. So Judith was lured away from her home at 16. She was pregnant at 17 and gave birth to a daughter the following year, the spring of 1992. The child's father, they only give the initials, AJ, was a significantly older man with a violent past had clearly been grooming her and enticing her away from her family, forcing her to work the streets and acting as her manager, because I don't know if YouTube likes the P word. So shortly after Judith disappears, AJ brings in another young woman that he had been working to move in with him. He gets her pregnant. Within a year, she has a son and then a second son. It says there is DV in this relationship. She winds up taking her son. She winds up taking her son plus Judith's daughter and fleeing, getting away from this man. She alleges that AJ was threatening her, so she relinquishes custody of Judith's daughter to the New York State courts, where this child goes into the foster care system. Ultimately, and after a prolonged legal battle, Judith's daughter is reunited with Judith's family, so thank God for that. Judith was a petite young woman at 5'4", 110, with strawberry blonde hair, vibrant hazel eyes. Her family did attempt to file a missing persons report. In fact, for 29 years, they believed that a report had been on file with the NYPD. Her mom, who does not speak much English, had believed that the report had been filed after speaking with NYPD, but clearly NYPD had not filed the report, defaulting to the age-old excuse that an independent 19-year-old, she just left of her own. She has the right to go missing. And it says, add in any hint of sex work and Ellie would just let the case go cold. Sadly, that's also true. So they also make a connection. Weeks after her disappearance, the serial offender Joe Rifkin was arrested on Long Island. Rifkin, who's now serving 203 years, has been forthcoming in his admitting to 17 homicides of sex workers who he picked up in New York City. He would often take them back to the house that he shared with his mother and ultimately take their lives and dispose of them. It has recently been postulated that Judith might have become a victim of Rifkin, but the dates of his two remaining unknown and unidentified victims do not align with Judith's timeline. It says Rifkin could be lying, but immediately upon his arrest and interrogation, he admitted to 17 victims. Ellie was skeptical, but Rifkin's ability to recall details assisted in confirming the 17 victims. It says, however, Judith does fit concisely with the quintessential physical preferences of Lisk, Long Island, particularly the hazel eyes. If Judith is a Lisk victim, then she may very well be the first one representing those particular physical characteristics, later on embodied by the official attributed victims. It says Valerie Mack had hazel eyes, Jessica Taylor had green eyes, Maureen had hazel, Melissa had hazel, Amber had hazel green, Megan had bluish green. As a result of the Rifkin supposition, it was discovered that no missing persons report was ever filed by NYPD. However, there must have been some sort of documentation, because after nearly 30 years, Judith's case, they have that in quotation marks, is handed over to New York State troopers based on Long Island. A new missing persons report was recently filed, although a FOIL request, FOIA, F-O-I-L request from New York State troopers came back as unfounded. They appealed that. It says, now this could be because of the assumed yet unfounded Rifkin connection or the possible Lisk connection. A New York State trooper detectives assisted in getting Judith's case entered into the NamUs database in October 2022. It says her case has had 2 hidden modifications since then. I don't know what that means. One on 11/15/22 and the other on 1/5/23. They've also submitted the following unidentified persons for comparisons. So this AJ, that was her manager, the father of her daughter, He has a lengthy criminal history. He was originally from Chicago. He was involved in an armed robbery, which went bad. He was convicted of homicide. He escaped county jail. He was on the run for a couple of months. He was captured. He served out the remainder of that sentence. Early 1990s. He was apparently renting an apartment in Edgewater, New Jersey. I don't know what all of them. I'm not going to go through this whole thing. AJ was 41 years old when he impregnated 17-year-old Judith. So he has multiple arrests for homicide and attempted homicide in Cook County, Illinois in 1974. Escape from custody, numerous vehicular misdemeanors. Yeah, so yeah, he has a long, so he passed away in 2005. So whoever wrote this says, I have some lingering questions. If there was not an initial missing persons report filed and her case had been cold from nearly the beginning, then what suddenly prompted law enforcement to approach the family? I cannot find anything to suggest a body or remains were found relatively recently. I can only speculate what the catalyst may have been. Perhaps a file was found. She says, whoever's writing this says, I feel honored to have communication with Judith's family members, and they have shared with me that A&E is producing and releasing a new documentary on Joe Rifkin and the production, blah, blah, blah. The possibility that Judith may have been a victim. So I guess they'll talk about that in the documentary. So when was this posted? This was posted in March 2023. So I'm grateful for the support I received while researching Judith's life. We do hope that this gives Judith more exposure and that justice does come to her and her family. This memorial Facebook group has been set up to further provide exposure and crowdsourcing information and attention. Please share across your platforms. So let me see if this link will take me to it. I'll put the link in the chat. Paste, enter. So that it'll come up. It should be there in a minute. There it is. That is a link to the Facebook group. So that's interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, she was in the same area as Huerman was operating in at about the same, from what I can remember, about in the same time span. So it's possible. I don't know, but I still don't trust the manager or Rifkin. I mean, they mentioned Rifkin, but then they I think he's kind of low on the list. Let me see if I had anything else. No, that's all I had on her. Oh, let me make sure. I'm telling you, my eyes are so bad. My eyes are bad. I think I need to fix the contrast on my computer because to make the print darker. If I can figure out how to do that. Yeah, that was all I had on her. Okay, let me get caught up in her comments. And so we've been going 2 hours 45 minutes. Like I said, I've not been keeping up. When I get caught up in comments, I'll see how many more we got left. Like I said, this may be a 2-parter. We may finish it tomorrow night. Just depend on you guys. Okay, you're talking about Huerman. Ms. Z says set for January 13th, 2026 for trial. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, she does remind me of Madonna. That's it. Ms. Z says she reminds me more of Madonna back in the day. Yes, she does have that Madonna look, most definitely. Yes, I would definitely watch. Miss Avery says that's a trial I'll watch. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't have the time. If I had the time, if I didn't have to go out and work, if I had time to sit and watch trials, I would watch. Well, it depends what the trial was, but yeah, I would definitely watch the Human's trial. Yeah, Avery says yes, Madonna. Yep. Z says she's interested in that one too. Let's see. Miss Avery says, "Have y'all watched The Beast in Me on Netflix?" No, I haven't. What is it about? What is it about? Black Knight said, "No. Is it any? Not yet. Is it any good?" Avery says she thinks it's really good. Sorry, slow to pop up here. Yeah, Black Knight sounds like me. Says, "Okay, then I'm putting it on my list." I have so many. Because on the streaming services, you can add it to your watch list or whatever it's called. I have so many, such long watch lists on all the streaming things I have, which I have Disney Plus, I have Hulu, I have Netflix, I have HBO Max, I have Paramount Plus, which most of those we have in a bundle with our Verizon cell phone service. So we get them very cheap. That's why I have so many. I couldn't afford to pay for all those separately. Anyway, Black Knight says he is currently watching, if it'll come up, Witcher and Absentia. Excellent. Are they good? I'll have to watch them. So is that a remake, Witcher? He said, if I haven't watched Witcher with the actor change, is that a reboot, a remake, whatever they want to call them nowadays? Because I think that sounds familiar. Now the Absentia, I'm gonna have to look that one up. But Witcher sounds really familiar to me. It has to be like an 80s or a 90s movie. Once again, there is the link to the Facebook group for Judith. Ms. Z says there are a few possibilities with this case. Oh, I never thought about doing that. Duh. Ms. Z says my laptop is in dark mode, which helps reduce the amount of white. It is too bright. I'm going to have to figure out how to put mine in dark mode because I think I could read it a lot better. Black Knight says they are both good. Excellent. I will have to check them out. That's me. Ms. Z says, I just don't watch much TV anymore since starting my YouTube channel. I watch more YouTube, keeping up with stories and everyone's channels. That's the way I am. And my DVR is full of like actual TV shows that I want to watch because I watch all the Walking Dead spinoffs and the series that they're doing, the Interview with the Vampire and all those spinoffs. They got the Interview with the Vampire, they got the Mayfair Witches, now they got one, the Talamasca. So I have all those recorded on my DVR, and I keep telling myself I'm going to stop and, take time and binge watch, but have I done it yet? No. It'll have to wait until at least till after football season, because the weekends are usually about the only time I have to sit around and binge watch anything. So, but football season, Saturdays and Sundays, I'm watching football. So, all right. So we'll keep going. You guys tell me if you get tired and we can, let me see how many we got left. So this is Johanne McCarthy. So let me count. So we go down to Johanne. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're about halfway through. All right, so we'll do Johanne and then we'll see what you guys want to do. If we want to keep going or do part 2 tomorrow night. So, Let me get his information. And I apologize if I'm pronouncing his name wrong. So this is Johanne McCarthy. This is a more recent one from this year. 62 years old. He was last seen January 8th, 2025 in Jackson, Mississippi. He was last seen in the Save-A-Lot parking lot on Bailey Avenue in Jackson, Mississippi. He was last seen by his family members. Okay, so he was last seen by somebody on January 8th of 2025, but he was last seen by his family members or by his family on December 31st of 2024. So according to his family, or maybe that's when he was reported missing, was in January. So according to his family, he left home to go cash a check and he never returned. So on January 8th, on January 8th, 2025, Johann was seen by his supervisor with an unidentified woman at the Save-A-Lot parking lot on Bailey Avenue in Jackson, Mississippi. Around 2 p.m., he was seen walking in the 1000 block of Arbor Vista Boulevard in Hinds County. He was wearing a gray hoodie and white pants. So I wonder how far away that is from the Bailey Avenue, from the Save-A-Lot parking lot on Bailey Avenue in Jackson. How far away is that from the 1000 block of Arbor Vista Boulevard in Hinds County? So Johann is believed to be on foot and has been diagnosed with depression psychosis. He may be in need of medical attention. According to authorities, there is a possibility that he may have traveled to the Atlanta, Georgia area. On January 21st of 2025, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation issued a silver alert for Johann, as his family states that he has a medical condition that may impair his judgment. He is a black male. He is bald. He has brown eyes. He is 6 foot tall and 180 pounds. He was last seen wearing a gray hoodie and white pants. If you have any information regarding Johann's case, please contact the Jackson Police Department at 601-960-1234. Let me see what I was able to find on him. Don't think I was able to find, unfortunately, much on him. I do have his web sleuths. So maybe there's something I found on there that was interesting, a little tidbit of info. Let me see. So they're just asking questions. Apparently there was a different, somebody posted this MSN gives a different information on where he was last seen, the location. One location is 10-minute drive away from the other. The other is 1 hour by foot. A 10-minute drive, 1 hour by foot. And they said they assumed, or they think he was on foot. See if there's anything else. No, that was it. Wow. So unfortunately, not a whole lot of information. All right. Lost my place. Hold on. What? Doodlebug said what? Doodlebug said, I have to, what? At trail, or I can't see. What? Did you get into the milk and cereal? What you talking about, Doodle? I have to at trail, or I can't see. I missed that the first time. I saw that when I was skimming back through. Oh, tomorrow, Ms. Z says tomorrow is date night with Doc. Every Saturday he makes homemade pizza. Homemade pizza, and we watch a movie. That sounds fantastic. Miss Paula wants to know if it's considered suspicious. To me, I always say it to me, unless and until we find out that a missing person is left of their own accord, and they've contacted family or law enforcement and said, hey, I'm okay, I just, for whatever reason, had to leave. I consider in everything suspicious. I would want to, in this case, I would want to know more about this woman that he was seen with in the parking lot of the Save-A-Lot. Did it say that, well, it said he was on foot. I was going to say, did it say if he got into the vehicle, any kind of vehicle with this woman? But they said they think that he was on foot, so I'm assuming that he didn't get into a vehicle. It could have been, and the woman could have just been a friend that he stopped to talk to in the parking lot before walking. You know, it may be nothing. So I don't know. With this one, it's just one of those vanish into thin air. Yes, I know. You know, we know that can't happen, but I would also want to know once again how far away these two, from where he was seen in the Save-A-Lot to the other place in Hinds County, how far, what distance that is. Okay. We're going to keep going a little bit longer. I hadn't heard yay or nay. It's only 11 p.m. here. I forgot I started at 30 minutes early, or 30 minutes earlier than we usually do. Let me get a drink here. Black Knight says, yeah, I keep going. Hey, I don't have anything else to do. And anybody who can't stay for, another, maybe hour or so, I mean, they can always finish watching on replay. Because I'm like, I get into this and I want to get everything finished up. I want to get all these cases out. All right. Sorry. My vape smoke. All right, so next we got, now I think I have, I know I did, because I went back and looked. I have done a short pre-recorded video. So Miss Paula says keep going. Okay, we'll keep going. I have, it's been a while ago, but I have done a short, one of my short pre-recorded videos on Melissa's case. But we will go over it again. Let me go to the right tab and get her information. Lord, there she is. So this is Melissa Eck. Excuse me, I'm telling you. I think I forgot to take my acid reflux pill. I think that's what's wrong. So this is Melissa Lynn Eck. Her nickname is Missy. She was 15 years old when she was last seen on June 25th, 1992 in Pensacola, Florida. So she disappeared after leaving her boyfriend's residence located in the 1700 block of Blakely Avenue at approximately 8 p.m. on June 25th, 1992. Melissa Eck left her boyfriend's residence. She had plans to walk to another friend's home located at Patricia Drive and Clara Street, which is approximately 1 mile away. Her boyfriend walked her part of the way before he returned home. So Melissa was last seen walking with another person on Patricia Drive between West Cerny Road and West Fairfield Drive. She never arrived at her friend's house, and she has not been seen or heard from since. So automatically, I'm going to go to who is this person that she was seen walking with after the boyfriend went back home. Not saying that that person has anything to do with it, but so Melissa left her purse behind as well as all of her clothing. She also failed to pick up her paychecks from the jobs that she had recently started at the Original Point restaurant on Innerarity Road. Foul play is suspected in Melissa's disappearance, though no suspects have been publicly, there's that word again, publicly named, nor have any arrests been made. As the location of Melissa, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remain unknown. Her case is classified as endangered missing and remains unsolved. And did I put it on the... So on the bottom, the smaller picture in the bottom right of the bigger picture is an age progression to from Nick to 38 years old. So she's a white female, brown hair, green eyes. At the time she disappeared, she was 5'6" tall and approximately 110 pounds. Her ears are pierced, and she has a BB pellet from a BB gun embedded in her buttocks. That, I'm telling you, I was shot, not in the buttocks, but in the, I don't know if you can see the soft part of your arm, like when if you bend your arm up. I was shot with a BB gun when we were kids. That hurts. Anyway, so I can just imagine being shot in the buttocks. So she had a Norplant birth control device embedded in her upper left arm. She always had her nails painted, usually in unconventional colors. So yeah, this was the 80s. So yeah, probably very bright neon color, or 1992 still, probably very bright neon colors. I get back down to where I was at. She was last seen wearing a black tank top, black shorts, black shoes. She was possibly wearing hoop earrings, hoop bracelets, and one or more necklaces. So if you have any information regarding Melissa's disappearance, contact the Escambia County Sheriff's Office at 850-436-9630 or Gulf Coast Crime Stoppers at 850-433-STOP. Let me see what I had on her. See what this is. I think I had... I got to learn to sit up straight, to have proper posture. I slump and my everything starts hurting. Of course, it could be that I'm getting old, that I'm old too, so. Come on, article, load. We're in a hurry here. Oh my goodness, come on. You've been doing so good. Ms. Z says, I'm working and listening, so I'm good. Yep. Black Knight says, I wish the boyfriend would have walked her all the way home. Yeah, and in one of these articles, it does give an explanation of why the boyfriend didn't walk her all the way to the friend's house. Once again, if it will load. Ms. Z said, buttocks made her laugh. The buttocks. Julie said, you said it like Forrest Gump. I love Forrest Gump. All right, come on. Are you loading? Are you loading? Hold on. Let me close out the tab. Let me try the old trick. Close out the tab, start a new tab. It works sometimes. Biscuit is out there caterwauling. He wants me to open the door. Oh, Lord have mercy. Come on. Load, dang it. Because this is a fairly recent article, because it says Escambia County deputies search for woman who's been missing for 27 years. There we go. Thank you. Just gotta sweet talk it. Just sweet talk it. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? There we go. So this article is from July 2019. Escambia County deputies search for woman who's been missing for 27 years. Escambia County deputies are searching for a woman who disappeared when she was 15 years old. Melissa Missy Eck was last seen in June of 1992 walking on Patricia and West Cerny roads near Fairfield Drive. The deputies provided the public with the age progressed photo. Melissa never made it to her friend's house and has not been seen since. Everything was left behind. Authorities think she was a victim of violence. So that was, why did I even wait for that to come up? They didn't have anything. Why did I bookmark that? Anyway, I have another one. I think this is the one I wanted. I don't know why I bookmarked that one. Okay, so this is from chipchick.com. It's kind of like a blog kind of website where they go give some information about cases. And I think this is the information, the one that gave the information about why the boyfriend didn't take her all the way to the house, to the friend's house. So she vanished in 1992 while walking to her friend's house. And I don't know, it doesn't give the name. Catherine Buchek, apparently, is who wrote this. So in the summer of 1992, Melissa Missy Eck of Pensacola, Florida, was 15 years old and just beginning her young adult life. She had recently finished her freshman year at Escambia County High School and landed a job as a server at the Original Point restaurant. Melissa also had a boyfriend named Brian. She enjoyed makeup, listening to music, and hanging out at the beach. Yet, on June 25th, 1992, Melissa vanished while walking to a friend's house, and to this day, the exact circumstances of her disappearance remain a mystery. That Thursday, she had initially planned to have a sleepover with her friend Jackie, who had gotten her the serving job at the restaurant. That way, they could carpool and travel to work together for their scheduled shifts on Friday morning. So that's why she was going to stay with the friend. However, Melissa ultimately decided to hang out with Brian instead, who lived under half a mile away on Clara Street. Then she ended up calling another friend named Lisa, who also didn't live far away. So Lisa, try to keep up now. I'm confused already. So Lisa happened to be hanging out with her boyfriend. So Melissa and Brian intended to hang out at Lisa's house as a group. Did you all get that? Once again, links in the description. Feel free to go back and read this. So Lisa and her boyfriend offered to walk over to Brian's house so they could all travel back to Lisa's home together. But Melissa turned that idea down, saying that she and Brian would just head over there by themselves. Okay, so she and Brian. So the Lisa and Lisa's boyfriend said they could all walk together to this other friend's house that Melissa was going to stay at. Melissa said, "No, me and Brian will be fine." I think that's the deal. Okay. So the pair set out at 8:30 p.m. for the approximately 10-minute walk. While walking between Santa Barbara Street and Lenora Street, though, Brian ran into a friend traveling in the opposite direction and parted ways with Melissa. So apparently Melissa could have said, "Yeah, I'll be fine walking the rest of the way by myself." And Brian, or he could have said, "Hey, you can make it the rest of the way by yourself. I'm going with a friend." We don't know. So they parted ways. Melissa seemed to keep walking toward Lisa's house alone, and witnesses spotted her, they said, within a few doors of the property at about 9 p.m. Nonetheless, Melissa never actually arrived. Lisa spent around an hour waiting outside on the porch before she became concerned and asked her boyfriend to check on Melissa. He walked up the road and was not able to find Melissa or Brian. So this pushed Lisa to head inside and call Brian. By 9:30 p.m., she discovered that Brian had returned home and thought Melissa had been with Lisa. So when he and Lisa realized that neither one of them was with Melissa, they both then became panicked. Brian then informed his mother, Ellen, who was friends with Melissa's mother, Mary, and called her to tell her that Melissa was missing. Are we all caught up? So has it mentioned yet this other person that she was seen walking with? Okay. So once again, just reiterate, she left behind her purse. Oh, she left her purse behind at Brian's house. She didn't bring any of her other belongings with her. This suggests that she never intended to stay anywhere overnight, but the police still initially believed that Melissa had run away. Of course, run away. According to Mary, who I believe is Melissa's mother. Yes, Mary is Melissa's mother. According to Mary, it took the Escambia County Sheriff's Department 5.5 weeks to conduct their first search, which covered the wooded regions surrounding Patricia Drive. Many of Melissa's loved ones, including her relatives, Brian, Lisa, and Ellen, joined the effort, but no evidence was uncovered. Melissa never arrived for any scheduled shifts at the restaurant after June 25th, and she did not pick up her remaining 2 paychecks. One of her co-workers and friends, Jackie, also told authorities that she did not believe that Melissa had run away. After all, she wasn't having any trouble at home. Melissa's mother allowed her to come and go as she pleased. This pushed investigators to change her runaway case classification to endangered missing person and suspect that foul play was involved. But it took them 5.5 weeks to even do a search. Despite this turning point, Melissa's case did not receive a lot of media exposure, and subsequent searches in the community proved unfruitful. Brian, who was the boyfriend, was also interviewed by the police on multiple occasions, but his mother, Ellen, claimed that he and Melissa were, quote, so much in love, and that Brian could not sleep or eat for weeks after she went missing. So nearly 33 years later, Melissa's case is still unsolved. No suspects have ever been named in her disappearance. No arrests have been made. So it just goes over her information again. So unless I missed it, I don't know, the very first, the this and that, and going to this house and that house with that person. I'm wondering about this other person that she was seen walking with after Brian turned around and went the other way. Because I know in the disappeared blog information, that's what it said. Let me make sure. I don't want to give out any incorrect information. Let me find it. Yes, okay. So at approximately 8 p.m., Melissa left her boyfriend's residence. She had plans to walk to another friend's home. The boyfriend walked her part of the way before he turned around and went the other way home. Melissa was last seen walking with another person on Patricia Drive between West Cerny Road and West Fairfield Drive. And then that was the last time anybody saw or heard from her. So who is this other person? I guess that is the question. Who is the other person? Interesting. Not in a good way. When I say interesting, people have said, you always say interesting like it's, no, interesting can also have negative connotations. I'm trying to use big words late at night. Y'all forgive me. Anyway, let me see. I think that was all I had. Let me see. Oh, that's all I had. Okay. So let me get that information going. Let me check your comments. This is so true. Ms. Z says they don't teach young boys and men to be chivalrous, walking the ladies to the car, home, and opening doors, walking on the outside of the sidewalk and making sure she is on the inside. Yep. That is true. Black Knight says chivalry is lacking after Gen X. You are correct, sir. We are Gen Xers. We know. Yeah, even, I mean, and they say that, they give us Gen Xers a hard time, right? But, I mean, I remember, back when I was a teenager, the guys would open the doors. The guys would never let even just a group, because like I said, we would be in town walking the streets. That didn't sound right. Walking to some, roaming the wild on the streets. Even if it was a group of just, a group of girls, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls, at least one guy would go with us because they're like, you girls ain't walking by yourself. We're gonna, somebody's gonna walk with you, and usually it would be more than one guy. So yeah, we took care of each other, and if some other guy come up and started harassing or messing with one of the girls, and the girls didn't want the attention, the guys will be like, hey, back off, leave her alone, leave them alone. Then she don't want your attention. She don't want, she's not interested. So you don't see a whole lot of that anymore. Yes, most definitely. Ms. Z says it would be nice to know if the person was her age or older. Yes, I want to know, because to me, that person that she was that she was seen walking with after the boyfriend turned around and went home, that to me, that's the key. I mean, it could be something, could be nothing, but you don't know unless you find out who that person is, and it could be that they did. And they just never said publicly, hey, yeah, we found this person. We know who it is. We questioned them. They had nothing hinky going on. They were cleared. But then again, it could, that might not be the case. Yep, correct. Black Knight says, unless parents teach it. Absolutely. It all starts at home. It all starts with the raising. I'm telling you. Black Knight says he's a boomer himself. I'm a Gen Xer. Oh, okay. Get another drink. All right. No, we're good. Okay, so next, once again, sorry about the vape smoke. Oh, we have a baby. This is Timothy Davison. Timothy Jacob Davison, nicknamed TJ, was just 4 years old when he was last seen on October 10th, 1985 in Decatur, Illinois. I don't know if y'all could hear Biscuits out there just crying. I'll be doing in a minute, boo-boo. You're fine. Your brother's out there with you. Y'all are fine. Anyway. So this is another one. Once again, this is 1985. Keep in mind. So Timothy, he was last seen sleeping in the back seat of his aunt's car in the Brentwood Village shopping center. So at the time of his disappearance, Timothy's aunt had custody of him and his 2 brothers. She lived with her boyfriend and child in the 2100 block of North Charles Street in Decatur. Timothy and his siblings came to live with the aunt in the spring of 1985 while his parents were going through a divorce, and his parents were living in Winter Haven, Florida at the time. Timothy has a speech impediment and was missing his 2 upper front teeth. He was a slow learner. He did not know his last name or his home address. So on October 10th, 1985, Timothy's aunt drove him, his 2 siblings, and her child to the Brentwood Shopping Center in the 3000 block of North Water Street in Decatur. When they arrived around noon, Timothy was asleep in the back seat of the car. His aunt decided to take the other 3 children inside the Kroger to go shopping while leaving Timothy unattended in her vehicle, which is a red 1981 Dodge Omni. So this is the last time anyone saw Timothy. When his aunt came back 30 minutes later, he was gone. So upon returning and finding him gone, she immediately reported him missing. So she says the car was locked when she left him unattended. However, police dispute that claim. One of the tips that police received says Timothy got into a black two-door Oldsmobile Cutlass, either 1978 or 1979, with a man and woman not far from the mall. The car had an Indiana license plate. The tip was followed up on, but did not produce any viable suspects. Timothy's biological parents were investigated. They were ruled out as suspects early on. Because they were in Florida when he disappeared. So in 1987, a deaf-mute boy was found wandering the streets of Juarez, Mexico. It was suspected the boy might be Timothy since he was the right age and matched his description. However, a comparison of footprints determined it was not Timothy. This boy was later identified as Jose Garcia. In 1987, Timothy's maternal aunt, Cindy Smith, disappeared from Winter Haven, Florida. Her boyfriend is a suspect, and authorities do not believe that the cases are connected. So you had Timothy that went missing from the family, and then his maternal aunt went missing. In 2002, the home where Timothy lived with his aunt on North Charles Street burned down. It became property of the Macon County trustees. And in 2013, police did dig up the yard to look for evidence, but after a week, they found nothing. The location of Timothy, as well as the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, remain unknown. He is classified as endangered and remains unsolved. Police suspect he was abducted by a non-family member. Yeah, I think I forgot to put it on the slide. Yeah, I put the wrong picture. The picture in the top right corner is supposed to be in the age progression. But you can look at the link is in the description. They do have an age progression of him to 31. So Timothy is a white male. He had brown hair and brown eyes. He was 3 foot 4 inches tall, 40 pounds. He was missing his 2 upper front teeth. He had a speech impediment. He was last seen wearing a light blue windbreaker jacket, blue jeans, a black baseball cap, and white sneakers. So if you have any information regarding Timothy's case, contact the Decatur Police Department at 217-424-2738. All right, let me see what I was able to find. Okay, so once again, this is the chipchick.com did have a little thing on Timothy's case. So in the fall of 1985, 4-year-old Timothy Jacob Davison, TJ, and his 2 brothers had lived with their aunt, Delaney Davison, in Decatur, Illinois, for about a year. Timothy's parents, Drayden Davison and Deborah Deloche of Winter Haven, Florida, had gone through a divorce, and Delaney was granted custody of her nephews. The young boy, who had a speech impediment and was regarded as a slow learner, reportedly started to open up once he moved in with Delaney. Yet on October 15th, 1985, he mysteriously vanished from his aunt's car. That day, Delaney brought all the kids to the Brentwood Village Shopping Center. They arrived at around 12 p.m. She took Timothy's siblings and her own child with her into the Kroger grocery store. Meanwhile, she left Timothy, who was sleeping in the back seat, because she reportedly did not want to wake him up. She was gone for around 30 minutes and claimed to have locked the car's door. However, when she returned, Timothy was gone. Delaney immediately contacted the police to report him missing. Authorities believe the car had not actually been locked. Comprehensive searches of the area were conducted by officers, canines, and helicopters. No evidence of Timothy's whereabouts were uncovered. Missing persons files were also distributed, prompting people to submit numerous tips, none of which have been confirmed. So we have, once again, most notably, a witness reported seeing a man and a woman putting a boy who looked like Timothy inside their vehicle, not far away from the shopping center. There was a black two-door Olds Cutlass with Indiana license plates. But even though investigators followed up on this tip, it led nowhere. So the police then looked into Timothy's parents. They were cleared. So this caused this case to be classified as a non-family abduction. So it goes into just over 2 years after Timothy vanished. That's when this boy in Juarez, Mexico, was found wandering the streets. It was not him. So Timothy's case has gone on unsolved for over 39 years now, and his disappearance continues to puzzle investigators. According to Delaney, Timothy was last wearing the blue windbreaker and baseball cap and had been wrapped in a blanket. Former police chief Mark Barthélemy shared his thoughts in 2014. He called the circumstances of Timothy's disappearance fishy. He says, quote, "It just struck me funny that a sleeping child would have a ball cap on." Well, I don't know. He says, to leave the child in the car unlocked for 30 minutes was a little fishy. Once again, 85. I mean, I don't know. It was just common for you know. So Delaney's home on North Charles Street in Decatur, where she lived with the kids and boyfriend, burned once again in 2002. Nearly 30 years after Timothy vanished, the police and FBI began digging for clues on the property in July 2013. So they apparently had some kind of suspicion. Decatur Police Lieutenant Jason Walker said at the time, quote, "There are some leads and some things we thought we could accomplish differently with technology and some of the resources available to us, as well as the site location being available to us." Again, this was a dead end. After authorities spent almost a week digging, they came up empty. In spite of that, Mark noted the investigation remained open, saying you always have hope. Absolutely. You never give up hope. Yeah, so that was a little bit more on, I don't think it had a whole lot more information than the, let me see if I had anything else. See what this is. Oh, we got 10 people in here now. See, late night cruise coming out now. We got 10 people in here now. Welcome everybody who's coming in, anybody who's lurking, everybody in chat. Welcome. Feel free to speak up, say hi in chat if you want to, or if not, that is perfectly fine also. Let me see if the article's going to load. Right, come on. It's taking its sweet time. One second, guys. Sorry. My farm signal. Well, I have 3 bars, which is good for me. There we go. Works every time. So we'll see what this says. So this is from WAND TV. It's from May of 2014. Oh, so that doesn't have anything that says basically the same thing that the other article said. So we don't have to read that. Okay, so we can move on unless anybody has any. I'll get to your comments. And then we'll get to the next case. I think we only have three or four more to go. We're doing good. We're doing good. Doing good. Okay. Yep. Ms. Z says, I agree with the cops. Fishy. We have only the aunt's word that he was sleeping in the back of the car. Yes. And no one really mentioned seeing a child walking around the parking lot. Yes. The only thing, and it might not have even been Timothy. The only thing that was mentioned was that supposedly a witness or somebody saw a boy that looked like Timothy get into or being put into a car with a male and a female, the Olds Cutlass 78 or 79 with Indiana license plate. Might not have even been Timothy. But yeah. And like I said, they must, I mean, or they could have just been doing due diligence, which good for them if they were. I mean, they did. After the house burnt down that they had lived in at the time, they did dig up the property to see if they could find anything. They didn't find anything, but I mean, that doesn't mean that there wasn't anything there. Ms. Z says the Cutlass car wasn't right there either. Yeah. Okay. So next, we have Lasheky Hill. Oh, got something in my eye. Eyelash or something. Something besides my finger in my eye. So Miss Lasheky Anquanette Hill was 46 years old when she went missing or was last seen on March 26, 2023 in Racine, Wisconsin. She disappeared after being picked up by a male acquaintance and driven to his residence. So right off the bat, my red flags are going up. I'm not saying he had anything to do with it, but that was the last time she was seen. So Lasheky was raised in Racine, Wisconsin, and is the oldest of three siblings. She has two sons, and she is a grandmother. So what year was this? So 23. So this is fairly recent. She is described as outgoing and friendly. Her loved ones say it is uncharacteristic of her to go missing without warning. She's a beautiful lady. At approximately 10:45 p.m. on March 26, 2023, Lasheky was picked up at home by a male acquaintance. He then drove her to his home, located in the 1300 block of Douglas Avenue in Racine. She has not been seen or heard from since. According to her mother, Lasheky had plans to go out on the night of March 26th to celebrate her birthday. So she went missing. That was what, the night before her birthday? Or, yeah. So she had plans to go out on the night of March 26th. So this was on her birthday. To celebrate her birthday. When she did not post on social media or share pictures of the evening, her mother knew something was wrong. Mothers always know. They just have that feeling. Something's wrong. So on March 28th, Lasheky was reported missing to the Racine Police Department after her family could not get in touch with her. Authorities have searched multiple locations, including abandoned buildings, wooded areas, and parks, but have found no further clues as to Lasheky's whereabouts. According to the Racine Police Department, multiple individuals have been looked into, and her case is being investigated as suspicious in nature. No suspects or persons of interest have been once again, I can't say that word, publicly. Somebody get us a thesaurus. I can't say that word either. Thesaurus and find a different word for publicly. So no suspects, persons of interest publicly named in her case. Now that doesn't mean that they don't have any. So on September 13th, 2024, authorities did receive a tip about possible human remains at a home on Jackson Street, but a search conducted by multiple agencies found nothing. Police later confirmed the tip was related to Lasheky's disappearance. The location of Lasheky, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remain unknown. Her case is classified as endangered missing. She's a black female, black hair, brown eyes. She is 5'1" tall, 168 pounds, and her dimples are pierced on both cheeks. She has several tattoos. She has Almighty on her left forearm, LeVar in the center of her chest, Little Raymond on the left side of her neck, 2 dice on her right wrist, a Shiki with a $sign as the S on her right forearm, and a tribal design on the right side of her neck. So she was last seen wearing white pants, she was carrying a black purse with gold rhinestones, and she was wearing a blonde wig. So if you have any information regarding Lasheky's case, contact the Racine Police Department at 262-635-7756, or Crime Stoppers at 262-636-9330. The Racine Police Department is offering a $2,200 reward for information that leads to Lasheky's location. Racine Police Chief Maurice Robinson told CBS 58, sorry, there's a gnat flying around, quote, any little piece of information that you think is insignificant that might tie to something else that we're actually working on, that may either solidify that or tell us not to look in that direction. So basically they're saying, like we always say, no bit of information is too small. Like I said, they can check it out. If it has nothing to do with it, they'll move on. But it could have something to do with, whatever case they're working on. He says that's why all these small pieces of information are important. Exactly. Okay. I think I had an article with an interview with her mom. The moms always kill me. Oh, it's just heartbreaking. But once again, I might have to close the tab out. I don't know why I just don't do that anyway, because it always works. Maybe. I say it always works and then it won't work. Oh, come on. I'll check those comments while I'm Ms. Z says Racine, Wisconsin is a really cute town. How big is it? How big is Racine? I've heard of it, but of course, big is relative to me. I live in a town of barely 2,000, so. Let's see if it loaded. There we go. Okay, so this article is from NBC News. It is from July 2023. So Georgia Hill pleaded, quote, this is my worst nightmare. Help me find my child. Do the right thing. Absolutely. So Lasheky Hill was last seen on March 26, 2023. It was just one day before her 46th birthday. Georgia, her mother, says somebody knows something. Georgia told Dateline that she raised her three children in Racine, Wisconsin. Lasheky is the oldest. She says it's a city, a small kind of city. It's peaceful. She says, well, it was very peaceful, but it got violent everywhere. Lasheky raised her own children there as well. Her mom says she has 2 sons, one just turned 27 and one 12. She has 2 grandkids, and one's birthday is actually today, or when they were doing this interview. Georgia described her daughter as outgoing and fun. She said, quote, she liked to dress real nice, and she was just friendly with everybody. Georgia told Dateline that she last saw her daughter on the morning of March 26th. She said Lasheky came over to her house, which is within walking distance. She said she came over to get some food that she had cooked. Her 12-year-old son had spent the night with me, and they talked and laughed in the living room for a little bit. And me and her talked. She got a plate of food, and she walked out the door. And that was the last time that Miss Georgia saw her daughter. So the next day was Lasheky's birthday. Georgia said that, as usual, she created a Facebook birthday post celebrating her daughter. She says, quote, she would always heart, put the heart emoji, what I put on there. She would always comment, but not on that day. She did not even respond. Georgia then went to her daughter's Facebook page. She said that Lasheky had planned to go out the night of March 26th to ring in her birthday. So she was expecting to see posts on Lasheky's page documenting her night out. She says it was not showing what she did on her birthday. She would show you partying. She would show you how she was dressed. She would show any, how, we all post pictures when we go out. She says she would show you something, but her page was not moving. So Georgia immediately grew worried. She said, I knew something was wrong. It is a mother's instinct. Absolutely. So she reported her daughter missing to the Racine Police Department. Public Information Officer Sergeant Christy Wilcox told Dateline in an email that Lasheky was last seen on the night of March 26th on the 1300 block of Douglas Avenue. Sergeant Wilcox said that multiple locations had been searched, once again, including abandoned buildings, city parks, wooded areas, waterways, lakefront, and apartments, and the security videos from several locations have been pulled and reviewed. So thank God they did that. Sounds like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. According to the sergeant, multiple individuals have been looked into since Lasheky's disappearance, and her case is being investigated as suspicious in nature. Georgia told Dateline that she believes she knows the person who may have had something to do with her daughter's disappearance. She says, quote, he ate from my table. He ate from my daughter's table. He's been around, end quote. So no suspects or persons of interest have been named in Lasheky's case. And in an email to Dateline, Deputy Chief Jesse Matoyer said, quote, the Racine Police Department is committed to finding Lasheky and bringing her home, and the case will remain open and active until it is solved. Georgia told Dateline that she wants her daughter home, but she knows that it will be to bury her. Oh my God, that breaks my heart. She said, quote, my daughter is not alive. She would never have stayed away from her kids this long, end quote. So it has now been 4 months, longer than that, since Lasheky's children have seen their mother. Georgia said that she will never stop pushing for justice and answers for her daughter's disappearance. She says, quote, I'm going to fight till my child gets justice. This mama right here, they don't know who I serve. I serve an awesome God. I'm going to tell you something. God is going to work this out. He is working it out right now. Amen. So a $2,200 reward for information leading to the recovery of Lasheky is available through Racine County Crime Stoppers in partnership with Fight to End Exploitation and Educators Credit Union. Once again, Lasheky is 5 foot 1 inches tall, 168 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. According to the Racine Police Department, she was last seen wearing white pants, possibly leggings, and carrying a black purse with rhinestones. She may also have been wearing a blonde wig. Anyone with information is asked to contact Detective Andrew Simon, at 262-635-770, or the Racine County non-emergency line at 262-886-2300 with any information. Telling you, the mamas, they're fierce. Let's look at Miss Barb. Miss Barb, we know how fierce Miss Barb is. Let's see if I had anything else. That's all I had. Okay, let me. Wow. So that's big to me. Mrs. Z says over 78,000. Yeah. So to me, that is like huge. Thank you, Miss Z, for being here. She says she's got to run. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Please do check out Trial Junkies United. Miss C and Doc and everybody over there do such a wonderful job bringing awareness and being a voice for these missing and murdered. All right. So next, let me get a drink right quick before I start reading again. This is Sara Gallagher. I think we only got 2 more to go, and we'll be done. Thank you to everybody who's hanging in with me, or if you're watching Replay Crew, absolutely thank you for that also. Let me get her information up here. All right, so this is Sarah Eileen Gallagher, 44 years old. She was last seen on October 23rd, 2024 in Lantana, Florida. So she was last seen in Lantana, Florida on October 23rd, 2024. She disappeared while out walking her dog, which is a 9-year-old male pit bull. And I do believe the smaller picture there in the bottom right is, what was his name? It'll tell his name. Is a picture of her dog. The dog is also missing. So on October 23rd, Sarah went out for a walk with her dog Cooper, which is a 9-year-old brown and white pit bull. She was last seen near the intersection of, I'm going to mispronounce this, Hypoluxo Road and Eastview Drive. She never returned home. She has not been heard from since. The dog Cooper also remains missing. She was reported missing to the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office after loved ones could not get in contact with her. The location of Sarah, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remains unknown. Her case is classified as endangered missing. She is a white female, brown hair and brown eyes, 5'7" tall, 120 pounds. It says she has an unknown tattoo on her ankle. It is unknown what she was wearing when she disappeared. Oh my God. And look at Cooper. I'm looking at little Cooper's face too. Look at that. Oh my gosh. See, and I love all critters. I'm a cat person, but the doggies are so cute. So if you have any information regarding the disappearance of Sarah and Cooper, the dog, please contact the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office at 561-688-3000. Let me see what I was able to find on her. See if there's anything with any additional information. Come on. Once again, why do I even bother? I just close it out and start a new tab. I hate my computer. If anybody can perform an exorcism on my computer, raise your hand, contact me. I'd appreciate it. Oh, are you going to load or not? First it said it couldn't. There we go. Okay. And I don't know if this will have any additional information, but oh, well, this is behind a paywall, so we won't be reading this one. So let's try the other one. Maybe this one won't throw me behind the paywall. Once again. Welcome everybody who's coming in. Numbers are popping up again. Come on. I really want this one because it's got interviews with family members. My eyes twitching. Come on and load. There we go. All right, so this is from December 2024. Lake Worth Beach woman missing for 2 months. Family members call situation highly unusual. Just days before the new year, a family is asking for the public's help finding a Lake Worth Beach woman who mysteriously disappeared 2 months ago. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office said this is an open investigation, while the woman's family is growing more concerned every day. Sara Gallagher, 44, was last seen near the intersection of Hapoluxo Road and Eastview Drive with her 9-year-old dog Cooper on October 30th. Her family, who lives miles away, is hoping for answers on her whereabouts. Sarah's brother, Joe Gallagher, says, I feel saddened and guilty about this, but I was supposed to come visit her in September. As days turn into months, it's a trip Joe Gallagher wishes that he had made. The Gallagher family were unaware that October would be the last time that they would hear from their loved one. Joe says, my sister had reached out to my mom on August 23rd, which is her birthday. After weeks of silence, the family became concerned. With only so much they could do from Pennsylvania, they requested a wellness or a welfare check. Joe says it started to become clear, maybe mid-November, that people had not seen her. Her brother said that she was last dropped off near the Hive, which is a restaurant west of Lantana, with her dog, which he said his sister loved very much. He said the dog, Cooper, he's got some marks on his back that make him very distinct looking, like lumps. So now both Sarah and her dog are missing, and family members are starting to fear the worst. Joe says it's highly unusual. Birthdays, holidays, she always contacts somebody, and we always talk to her. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is currently investigating the case. Investigators have not commented on whether her disappearance is considered suspicious. To me, it is. To me, it is. But however, her family is holding on to hope they won't spend another holiday season without hearing from her. Joe says she's the oldest. She's like a social butterfly that we all look to emulate in terms of how she can get along with anybody. If anyone has seen her or knows who she is or might have seen her dog even, please reach out. Absolutely. So once again, call the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office if you have any information. I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, did it say, let me go back. Was it at night? Which it didn't make it. Well, I mean, it would make a difference. If it was nighttime, if she was snatched, it's easier to do that under the cover of darkness, obviously. Did it say what time? Maybe it didn't say what time. I don't know if it was day or night. I thought it said what time frame it was, but maybe not. Uh, check the article again. Well, no. Okay. I think we got, goodness, what did I do? Holy moly. Hold on. Why are you doing that? I just messed up. My computer's doing something really wacky. Wow, that was weird. That is, it's doing it again. I have no clue what is going on. Okay, there we go. Goodness gracious. Okay, I think we have one more. This is Layla Santanello. Let me get her information. I don't know what just happened. So my cursor caught a hold of the tab and it kept moving it around and everywhere. Anyway, um, so I do remember. I think Layla's case did get a fair amount of national attention, if I remember correctly. So like I said, this is Layla Marie Santanello. She was 20 years old when she was last seen on June 27th, 2023 in Kingsport, Tennessee. She was last seen in an ice cream shop located at 2003 North Eastman Road, and she has not been heard from since. So, according to witnesses, Layla spent the night of June 25th, 2023, at the AmeriCorps Motel, which is located at 1900 American Way in Kingsport, Tennessee. On June 26, 2023, Layla was seen going door to door of the motel wearing a white tank top, black leggings, and no shoes. So around 12 p.m. on June 27th, Layla went to the Marble Slab, I almost said cemetery, Marble Slab Creamery ice cream shop located at 2003 North Eastman Road. She told an employee that she was going to the nearby Five Below store to buy shoes, but never made it there. And this was the last confirmed sighting of Layla. She has not been seen or heard from since. A family member reported her missing to the Kingsport Police Department on June 27, 2023, when they could not contact her. Investigators were able to track Layla's steps from the AmeriCorps Motel to the Greenbelt and then to the ice cream shop on the 27th, but no further clues as to her whereabouts had been found. Multiple agencies searched the Greenbelt Trail and surrounding areas for Layla with the help of drones and canine units. Nothing was found. Layla's mother, Jennifer, has hired a private investigator to help look for her daughter. An anonymous tip line was set up at 423-212-5804 with all information going to the investigator. The location of Layla, as well as the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, remain unknown. Her case is classified as endangered missing and remains unsolved. So Layla is a white female with blonde hair and brown eyes, 4 foot 10 inches tall and 135 pounds. She has multiple tattoos, including Roman numerals on her collarbone and her daughter's name, Nova Grace, on her left forearm. She was last seen wearing a white tank top, black leggings, and no shoes. So if you have any information regarding Layla's disappearance, contact the Kingston Police Department at 423-343-9780 or the TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, at 800 TBI Find. There is a $2,000 reward being offered for information leading to her location. So I think I had an article. This is our last one, guys. We made it. We'll be just a little bit over 4 hours, or about 4 hours. That's not bad, per usual for us. Once again, check y'all's comments. Oh my goodness, come on. One last article. That's all we got. And it's taking its sweet time to load. Oh, Julie's still here. Julie says, good night, Z. Oh my gosh, come on. Once again, I will pay good money if somebody will come perform an exorcism on my computer. Been doing fairly well most of the night. Sometimes I think it's the websites too. Some of the websites load really quickly, and then some of them won't load at all. Let me try. I did have another one. Julie says, still hanging. I'm shopping Amazon haul for Christmas presents. Oh my God. I haven't even started thinking about Christmas yet. I haven't started thinking about Thanksgiving yet. And it's what, Thursday? This coming Thursday? Oh Lord, much less Christmas. All right, let me see. There's an other article I had. Let me see if it will load. If not, we'll just call it a night. It's from News Nation. It should load. But as I say, there we go. So this article is kind of a combination, since it's the one that will load. Two families unite searching for Layla Santanello and Holland Snap. So Layla, she went missing on June 27, 2023. Holland Snap, 19, went missing from a residence nearby. The missing women share commonalities, including overlapping social circles. Oh my God, if these ads will go away. So the mysterious disappearances of two young women in Tennessee have forged a poignant connection between two families as they collectively seek answers. Layla Santanello, a 21-year-old creative and devoted mother of a 2-year-old daughter, Nova Grace, vanished on June 27, 2023, leaving her family desperate for any leads. In a recent march organized by loved ones in Kingsport, the community aimed to bring fresh attention to Layla's case, hoping for a breakthrough in the investigation. Layla's mother, Jennifer, spoke emotionally about her daughter's vibrant spirit, describing her as a beautiful, bright light in the world. So on June 25th, Layla's boyfriend alerted her mother that she had left and he did not know where she had gone. 2 days later, in the early morning hours, Layla was spotted at the AmeriCorps Hotel in Kingsport. Hotel workers reported that she had raised a ruckus, knocking on doors and looking for someone. Jennifer says Layla left and ended up sleeping at a homeless encampment in the woods behind the hotel. Her mother says she walks off towards the woods, and there's a hiking trail or a walking trail that runs all the way through the town. It's called the Kingsport Greenbelt. So that's what they were talking about in the other one, about they searched the Greenbelt. She went in that direction, which is the opposite direction of the AmeriCorps, and that is the last time anyone saw her for sure. As her family worried and searched for Layla, they began getting Cash App requests. So this is infuriating. So as her family, was worried, they were searching for Layla, they began getting Cash App requests from someone claiming to be holding Layla hostage. And so everything was coming from Michael Thompson, who was Layla's boyfriend at the time, the one that said that she left and he didn't know where she went. He was sending these Cash App requests. So they said everything was coming from Michael Thompson, who is Layla's boyfriend, coming from his house, his device, his IP address, his home address, everything. Jennifer said once everything was processed, though, there was no evidence at all that anything bad had happened to Layla there at his house. So he was sentenced on charges of identity theft and extortion. Private investigator Steve Fisher noted that Layla was later seen disheveled at the Marble Slab Creamery, expressing concern about her well-being. Layla never reached her destination at a nearby store, and she has not been seen or heard from since. Jennifer said that her daughter had been struggling with addiction, specifically to the F, and had been refusing treatment. Despite her mother's concern and efforts, Layla, who she said was a brand new addict, believed that she could control the situation. Sorry, everything jumped. So then it goes into the Holland Snap case. Let me see if that other article will load. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely have questions about, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, about the boyfriend. But I don't know. She was seen after she left his house, though, I guess, by these other people at the AmeriCorps Hotel, at the ice cream place. So I don't know. But if something happened to her, I guess, then, because I said she went down to this homeless encampment and possibly spent the night, something could have happened there. Okay, so this article did come up. Let's see if it has anything different. So this article is from June of this year, 2025. A family of Layla Santanello still searching for her 2 years later. So Friday will mark 2 years since Kingsport resident Layla Santanello was reported missing. Today, members of her family are still searching and holding on to hope that Layla will one day be found safe. Jennifer, her mother, says, by the grace of God, the last words we said to each other were, I love you. And I still cannot wrap my head around the fact that it's been 2 years. Jennifer said in the days leading up to Layla's disappearance, Layla's boyfriend, Michael Thompson, had asked her if she knew where Layla was. Later, she said that Layla had messaged her mom saying that she was fine, and that was the last time Jennifer heard from her. Jennifer said, I very much expected to hear from her later, and at that point, I actually had some relief and hope that she wanted to come home or would eventually make her way home. So Thompson, the boyfriend, continued messaging Jennifer, as well as Layla's father and stepmother in New Jersey. Layla's stepmother, Brittany Zeitler, said that she thought Layla would be found soon. She said, I honestly thought that we were going to get our hands on her, that she was going to be fine, and that we would be able to put this behind us. Since then, Zeitler, who is the stepmother, and Jennifer, her mother, have been working together to search for Layla. Zeitler said that she has networked with the families of other missing persons and reached out to the Community United Effort organization. Zeitler said the case manager reviews everything on the case. They reach out to all the investigators. They gather as much information that they're able to gather. And when they have all the information, they move forward with what is going to be the best solution for bringing home the missing individual. Zeitler said they are planning another search for Layla next month. However, there is no set date or time yet. Jennifer said that she wants answers even if they are not what she is hoping for. She says, quote, I just need to know where she is. If she's alive, I need to know that. If she is not, I want to lay her to rest the way that she deserves. So News Channel 11 did reach out to Kingsport Police Department. However, they were not available for an interview. Jennifer said that she is grateful for the work that the KPD and TBI are doing on the case, and that they are still actively working on it. Jennifer also said an organization named after her daughter called Layla's Hope is holding its first Hope in Action community event. The event will connect the community to resources around addiction recovery and mental health. So once again, if anyone knows anything regarding Layla's disappearance, they are encouraged to contact the Kingsport Police Department. All right, I think that is it. So let me, whoa, bunches of comments popped up. Hold on. Julie said, I'm crazy about Christmas. My birthday is the day after. So are you, so we call that the Christmas baby. So do you get gypped out of presents? You get one present. So, it's a Christmas and a birthday present, or do you get two separate presents? Because I have friends that have birthdays close to Christmas, and they're like, I get one present. It's my combined Christmas birthday present. Oh, Black Knight says, the power of Dale compels you. The power of Dale compels you. I love it. You're hired. You're hired, 007. Now I want to watch The Exorcist. Oh, you're talking about the boyfriend? Black Knight said, that's so cruel. I know. Yeah. See, I don't know if it hasn't, I mean, if I got the timeline right, she was seen after, I'm gonna have to look at, it's been a long time since I've delved into this one. I mean, if she was seen after she left his apartment or whatever, so she was seen at the AmeriCorps Hotel, and so it was 2 days later. So yeah, I don't know. But that doesn't mean, I'm not saying that he did or didn't have anything to do with her disappearance. So I think it was 2 days later. So she was at his house, and then and then he called her mom. I was calling everybody saying, have you seen Layla? And then 2 days later was when she was seen at the AmeriCorps Hotel, and then at the ice cream shop, and then at the homeless encampment. I don't know. But yeah, what the boyfriend did with the extortion, trying to get money, saying, and he's really stupid too. I mean, he wasn't even smart, which most people like that are stupid anyway, in my opinion. He didn't even, I mean, he did it from his own computer, his own home, so they could trace everything back to his devices, his computer, his IP address, his home address. So he wasn't a very smart fella, apparently. So yeah, but yeah, he was sentenced for what I say, identity theft and extortion. So, but yeah, that's horrible. I mean, it's bad enough because we unfortunately hear about this in a lot of missing persons cases, but usually it's a stranger that tries to extort money. I mean, here you have the boyfriend of the missing person that's trying to extort money from the family. I just want to punch him in the face. Anyway, Julie says, of course I get gypped. I'm the oldest kid, so I didn't care. Yeah, but I'm the oldest too. I have 2 younger brothers. Julie says, my kids are in their 20s now. Whine. All right, guys. I think that was our last one. Yes, we made it through all 12 in just over 4 hours. That was pretty darn good. It was pretty, I think, because our missing person Monday live stream from this week, I think, was about 4 hours, and we only did 8 cases. So we did good. So thank you, everybody who was here. And we got 10 people in here. Anybody's got any last thoughts, questions, anything else you want to talk about really quick? Oh, well, where have you been? Patriotism says, I'm back. You can't leave now. Well, where have you been? Where have you been? I didn't know you left. Julie says, woohoo. Yeah, we did good. Proud of us. Oh, let me check up one more time on the, see if there's any information, because before we got started, at the very, 4 hours ago, once again, I got to close out the, I did share a missing person, missing teen from here in Lone Oak County, not in Lone County, it's Pulaski County. It's in Little Rock, Sherwood, North Little Rock. I'll get it right. I don't know. My brain is mush. So his name, Mark Lescano. Hear me pecking on my keyboard. So okay, so as far as I can see, I've seen nothing that says he's been found yet. So I'm going to share him one more time before we get out of here. So let me go back to the other article to get his information. Let me get his picture up. And then I promise we will get out of here. There he is. All right, so this is, the Sherwood, Arkansas Police Department has asked for the public's help in locating a missing teen. According to reports, 14-year-old Mark Lescano left his home in the Forbes Cove area of Sherwood at about 8:30 a.m. on November 21st, which is technically yesterday, but we're just barely into it's 12:15 Central Time. So according to reports, okay, I read that. So he is described as being 5'2" tall, weighing about 125 pounds. He was also last seen wearing a tan hoodie and black pants. And unfortunately, that is the only picture that they have of him right now. Anyone with information regarding his whereabouts is urged to please contact the Sherwood Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division at 501-835-1425 or email cid@sherwoodpolice.org. So once again, that is Mark Lescano, 14 years old, missing from Sherwood, North Little Rock, Arkansas. And I did post this information on Facebook and on my community tab here on the YouTube. So please share it. If you're on Facebook, share it on Facebook. If you're, you can share it here on YouTube. And I will let you know, hopefully this young man will be found safe and sound soon. And once again, I'm still waiting on some official word in the this case, the Hector Barrientos case. Once again, for anybody who may not know, earlier this week, so Hector went missing. Why is it not showing on my? I can't read it. November. My computer's lagging again. It maybe froze up. Went missing a couple of weeks ago. Earlier this week, they did find a body in a pond, and he went missing from Ola, Arkansas. They did find a human remains, a body in a pond close to where, in the general vicinity of where Hector was last seen. Nothing official, once again, has, hold on 1 minute, has come out, or no official announcements have been made by family or law enforcement, but just from comments that I've read on his Facebook group, possibly could be Hector. But once again, whenever I hear anything official, I will let you guys know. But just thoughts and prayers, regardless, just thoughts and prayers go out to, to his family. All right, I'm going to quit babbling. I just wanted to share those right quick again before we got out of here. Let me check your comments again. Patriotism says they've been ninja watching you. Ninja. Thank you, Miss Julie, for being here. She says everyone have a great night. Signing out. Giving it a minute here. All right. So I'll probably be watching football tomorrow night. I don't know if there's not any good football games on tomorrow night, because I think it's getting close to the end of college football season. So I was looking at least the SEC teams, because I'm a SEC girl, being in Arkansas. There's not going to be. I mean, they're playing what do they call them? Gimme games, cupcake games. So there might not be any really good games on tonight or tomorrow night. So if there's not any good games on, I may jump on here at some point tomorrow night and just kind of chill and chat, kind of thing, hang out for a little bit. So be on the lookout for that. I will, if I decide to do it, I will try to get it scheduled at least an hour or two before I actually go live. Yeah. And so Arkansas has to play the Longhorns, Texas, tomorrow. So I already know how that's. I think we play. Yeah, I think the game starts. Our game starts at 2:30. So I already know. Well, I shouldn't say that. I pretty much already know how that's going to end up because it's Arkansas. So anyway, so wish the Razorbacks luck. But anyway, so, and I think Georgia is playing tomorrow afternoon. So that's my second favorite team. So I think they're playing the cupcake game. Some state college or something. I don't know. So anyway, and I don't think there's any really good ones that are going to be on tomorrow night. So like I said, I may jump on here. Just keep an eye out. Make sure that you're subscribed, still subscribed, because apparently YouTube is still unsubscribing people, and that you have your notifications set to all so that you'll be notified. Yes, Julie says Elvis has left the house. So we may do that tomorrow night. Who knows? So anyway, until then, everybody have a blessed night tonight. Have a blessed day tomorrow. Enjoy doing whatever you're going to be doing tomorrow. And I might see you tomorrow night. If I don't see you tomorrow night, we'll definitely see you Monday night. Although I have to check and see who's playing Monday Night Football. Should be Monday night for Missing Person Monday. So if I can find it. I will leave you with the fur babies. Thank you to everybody who was in chat. Thank you to everybody who was lurking. Thank you to everybody who's watching replay. Once again, have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow. Have a good rest of your weekend. Be careful. Take care of each other. Be kind. Just be kind humans. And I will see you soon. Is it going to play?